Okay, I'm just checking the participant counter. It doesn't seem to be increasing. So let's start with the legal stuff first, that this meeting is being recorded and it's also being broadcast on YouTube. Today is the first day of the MAG meeting. Yesterday we had the open consultations. So today it is for the MAG to speak and discuss what was discussed yesterday with the community input. So MAG members have preference, but that doesn't stop non-MAG members from raising their hand, and it's up to the discretion of the chair to call on them or not. And when the chair does call on you, just please give a very brief introduction about yourself and then make your intervention. And as Carol said yesterday, please try and make your interventions as succinct as possible because there's a lot of work to get through today. There's going to be a summary report of the action items, just the action items, not a summary of the discussion, but the action items, which will be ready early next week. And if you want to delve into the actual discussions, of course, there's always the recording on YouTube. With that, let me give the floor to the chair. I think Ole Martin is starting first, right? And then I don't know if Carol wants to say anything beforehand, but please. Let's go.
No, great job yesterday, Ole Martin. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you. Well, welcome to everyone for this first MAG meeting. I hope you all had a good rest, or day or night. I believe today it's just 136 days until we meet in Oslo. So it's important to rest when you can. I'll do a short summary of the discussion from yesterday and then run through the agenda and the expected outputs for today. We had a briefing from the host country here. In the presentation, I believe it is shared. And as always, we encourage everyone to book your recommendation earlier. We'll say that every time. The Secretariat did did a summary of the inputs to the stock taking, and there was a small discussion afterwards, emphasizing the importance of inviting prominent figures in a timely manner, involving media, engaging moderators for high-level leader sessions, and also in preparation for the global IGF, also engage media at the national and regional IGF initiatives and clearly highlight the IGF outputs. Highlighting the IGF outputs was emphasized throughout the day. It was also said visually display the national and regional IGF initiatives at the forum, and also placing the village booths centrally and holding the NRI sessions on open stage was a suggestion. We had a briefing on other ongoing and upcoming processes by Endesa, the CSTT, the ITU, and the ODET. And maybe especially the ODET's briefing generated some discussions, a lot of questions afterwards. I learned a few new things there. I think many did. After that, we did a presentation of the we had a summary of the call for thematic input. The Secretary presented the summary on the call for thematic inputs, and after that we did a presentation of the suggested overarching themes and sub-themes from host country, and we had a discussion after that. There was some suggestion to limit the number of sub-themes, or also some discussion around the topics. We include some on cybersecurity, resilience, capacity building, internet governance, financing, and all on. and also that we should expand the description of the IGF overarching theme and sub-themes. And we also presented a draft skeleton of the schedule and rooms, layouts, and timing of meetings that are planned in Oslo. And we had a discussion afterwards around that about the session type, alternative session types, the workshop, also the session's length, and the program as such. We'll get back to that today. And just a short run through of the agenda for today. We will have an update from the working groups and agree on a selection of the working groups for IGF 2025. We will do a selection of policy networks and best practice forums. And after that, we would have recommendation on cooperation with dynamic coalitions and NRIs in the broader community. And then, of course, there will be the deciding on the IGF 2025 overarching theme, title, and sub-themes. And also the overall program structure and flow. At the end of the day, we have the expected outputs of day 2. And I'll read them out to select IGF 2025 MAG working groups and intersessional work streams, policy networks, and best practice forums. Agree on the working modalities and recommend cooperation with DCs and NRIs and the broader community. Decide on the IGF 2025 overarching theme, title, and sub-themes. And endorse design of the overall program structure and flow, including types and total number of sessions. That's the expected outputs of day 2. Are there any comments to that? Perfect. Then we can move on to the update from the IGF 2025 MAG working group. I believe there's the working group on strategy. Consultations and Chris, Amrita, who's presenting first here.
Can we do another group, Amrita? Amrita, you're here? Oh, you're going to take a TT? Okay.
I can take, Amrita, I think it will show a little bit later. I can share a few words about the plan of activity of the working group strategy. If you like, as you know, this working group has been established in 2020. The main objective is to support the MAG in developing action that could be implementable in the short and the medium term. And this to strengthen the IGF, the position in the evolving digital cooperation landscape. Since 2020, the working group has made several discussion and also issued several documents that are available in the websites, and some of them are related to how to improve the structure, suggestion on the IGF annual event, and other related to the IGF Plus model. And the last, as you know, the document that is related to the IGF vision beyond 2025. But anyway, all the discussion and the results are available on the GF website. For the 2025, the working group strategy is suggesting essentially 3 lines of activities. The first one is related to the annual IGF event and on how to improve it. So he wants to try to support MAG in developing strategy to enhance the outcome orientation of the IGF session. So how to improve the discussion and how to better position the IGF and all the intersessional works in the whole program. And also try to integrate in this dialogue the Net Mundial plus 10 Sampaio multi-stakeholder guidelines. So this is the first line of activity. The second one is related to the WUSIS plus 20 review, because we will discuss how to strengthen coordination between the IGF and the CSTD in order to ensure a better involvement of the IGF in the WUSIS plus 20 review. And then another important element in this context is try to find out and discuss the commonality between the WUSIS and the GDC, and try to involve the NRIs in this discussion in order to play a more active role in the WUSIS plus 20 process. So the idea here is try with the involvement of the NRI to assess the implementation of the action of WUSIS action line at the local level, try to stimulate the discussion at the NRI's level about the implementation of WUSIS action line, and also support them and organize some session at the IGF event in order to present all the results of the discussion NRIs held at the local level. The third line of activities related to the GDC implementation, because we would like try to propose an initial follow-up track related to the engagement of IGF in the GDC. Also, try to discuss how we can implement the convergences, the integration between the WUSIS and framework and also the GDC framework. And discuss also how the intersessional activities, could contribute better to the implementation of the concept. And another piece of activity that we think it's important for this line of activities related to GDC implementation is try to strengthen the cooperation between the IGF and the other UN agency and that are involved, in the implementation of GDC. UNCSTD and so on. And we think it's also important try to map, the GDC objectives inside, the action line, the WUSIS plus the WUSIS action line, because there is a lot of convergences, but it's important to show more these convergences. Other consideration as related to the engagement, we discussed how to better engage the working group strategy inside the leadership panel, and also to have a better cooperation between the IGF, ITU, UNESCO. This is more or less the activities that we want to manage for this year. I want to add that this group is quite, large. We have 215 people, participants to the working group, and we are holding also virtual meeting every 2 weeks with minutes and so on. So I don't know if Chris, Amrita, if Bruna, if they want to add something, please.
Chris?
Sorry, searching for the mute button. No, Titi, I think you covered it really well there. Yeah, I think we have been continuing these working group strategy meetings over the sort of gap between mags. To what extent that had any formal grounding, I'm not sure, but I think this is an important space for the mag to have some of these discussions, and also to produce some quite concrete recommendations and suggestions, and would really encourage as many mag members as can make the time to join the meetings and the work there. Thanks.
Can I just ask a question also, B? Is there a timeline? Do you have any schedule for this and deliverables with times?
I mean, we usually meet every 2 weeks. So the next virtual meeting will be the next week. So we didn't share a timeline, but maybe we can do it in the next days about, the schedule that we usually manage during the year. I don't know, Chris, if you want to add more on this.
I mean, as we said in the mail, the work program for 2025 is something of a work in progress because we've had some initial discussions with the group about it, but need to finalize that. And I think sort of prioritization and a timeline is going to be the next step there. But certainly recognizing that the Oslo meeting and then the WSIS plus 20 process after that are going to be very key moments that we'll need to have certain work ready for, and with looking to those as sort of deadlines or at least key moments.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Because this is an important discussion, and as I said, 136 days till Oslo, and with the audit already moving along with the GDC implementation, the schedule will be interesting. Okay, but the next presentation on the agenda then is the...
Excuse me, Ole.
Yeah.
In the chat, they want to know whether or not you're going to take questions after each group or to save until the end.
Thank you. And then I guess we will take questions at the end. Is that a proper procedure here?
It's up to you. You're chairing the section.
Okay, then we'll have questions at the end. Sorry. Okay, is that okay? Then the hands disappeared also, and then we'll move on to the workshop process. Lito and Celine.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Hello, this is Lito Ibarra from El Salvador. I'm the facilitator for the working group on workshop process for this year. I've been one of the co-facilitators for the last 2 years, so we have been paying attention, proposing changes, improvements to the tools that make up the process itself, the workshop process. That means the proposal form, the workshop proposal form, the evaluating procedure, and if you want to call it grades, and all of these steps that we take, also the timeline for the evaluation process made by the MAG of the workshop proposals and so on. So there you have the definition, the purpose, and the objectives of the working group. So as you can see, we usually review the workshop proposal form that the community will use for applying or for proposing workshops to the MAG for to be included in the IGF. As we all know, we are less than a week away from publishing or making the call for proposals. That will be next Wednesday. So we don't have much time to go into detail of the proposal form and general guidance for evaluation, the parameters that we will use for evaluating the proposals and so on. So, but on the other hand, I think we have been doing a good job, I will say, as a group, discussing these the changes or improvements to the form. So we are expected to do this tomorrow in the final form, but the only, and also regarding timeline, so we will focus today and tomorrow in a small change and more proposal that we have been carrying from last year. I think I will go into detail tomorrow into this. Correct me if I am wrong. And then, as was said, this was said in our first meeting a few days ago, that we will try to improve the whole process. But in this case, after the IGF 2025 takes place, we can get together as a group and try to discuss improvements once we have gone into this process. This is because of the short time before the IGF. So that will be my presentation. Unless you want me to go into the detail of this small change that we will be proposing today or tomorrow, as the agenda permits, on the form. I will go into explaining that when the opportunity comes. So I will stop here for any questions or comments before passing the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Lito. We'll take questions at the end. And then there's the youth engagement. Ephraim?
Sorry, I was unmuting. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
we
we
hear
can.
you.
Perfect. Sorry. Yeah, there was power issues earlier, so I'm back on. So for the youth engagement,
Ephraim, probably need to turn off your video because you're breaking up, or is it me?
Yes.
the proposal
Ephraim, I think it's a good idea to turn off your video.
that we have collaborated together with the former MAG member.
Ephraim, we're losing you here. I think you have to turn off your video and just do sound.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Start again if you can.
I think he's left.
Okay. Should we
Is
move
there
on?
a backup or a co-facilitator?
Saba, I think you're in the call.
Yes, hello everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So my name is Saba, former MAG member and co-facilitator for the working group on youth engagement. Just as an introduction, last year the MAG approved the establishment of the working group on youth engagement in order to develop in order to support the MAG in developing actions in order to enhance the youth participation in the IGF. So during last year, the working group focused on key activities, including collaboration with the IGF 2024 Youth Track Capacity Development Initiative, and we worked with them to establish a continuous communication. There was also establishment of the IGF Youth Mentorship Program. So this program was particularly designed to support the growth of young leaders within the internet governance by enhancing their knowledge, their skills, and the career opportunities as well. And third activity is in collaboration with the IGF Secretariat, the working group organized a workshop guiding stakeholders, especially the youth, on submitting a high qualification proposal for the IGF 2024. And the session specifically provided practical insights, tips, as well as best practices for a proposal development. Some of the proposed activities for this year includes first, of course, the continuation of the youth mentorship program. The timeline is now which is, of course, it's to be confirmed, but as a plan, it will be from April to October, running for a timeline of 6 months, 6 to 7 months. The objective is to expand and to enhance this program to support the young leaders by providing guidance, by providing networking opportunities, as well as skill development within the internet governance. Well, in terms of implementation, first we do the open call for mentees and mentor, and then we do matching, and then we conduct the orientation and monthly check-in sessions. And then the mentees need to attend the IGF 2025, and then at the end, we publish a final report on the program outcomes and impact. Yeah, so our second activity would be to continue the workshop that we held last year, which is the workshop on the session proposal submission, which main objective is to assist stakeholders, particularly young people, in submitting a successful session proposal for IGF 2025. And our third priority would be to strengthen the cooperation with the IGF 2025 youth track, and the timeline is ongoing. And the objective is, as I said earlier, it's to ensure consistent engagement within the MAG and the IGF youth track to promote youth-led discussions as well as policy contributions. And the implementation would be we participate in the planning calls and the strategy discussions, and we support the development of thematic focus areas which are relevant to use. And the final priority here is a webinar on internet governance topics. This is new, but of course, this topic was came as a suggestion from the community, the IGF community within the mailing list last year during our discussion. So the timeline is to have a bi-monthly webinar throughout this year, 2025. And the main objective is to increase youth access to expert insights on various technical as well as policy issues in internet governance. What we do is first, in terms of implementation, we will consult with IGF community via the working group use mailing list on potential topics. And then we organize these webinars, and we also feature MAG members as speakers. Yes, and Celine, if you can go down a bit. Yes. So the membership, it's open to MAG members and the IGF, the wide IGF community who are interested in youth engagement. And the coaches for the working group 2025 are, as I've said, Ephraim, Olga, and former MAG member, sorry, Bram, Jenna, Saba, and Kosi is here as a recommendation. So yeah, this is all about the plan of activities for 2025. And if you have any question, let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the questions after the next one. Xiao will multilingual this. Are you here?
I don't see her in the call.
Okay.
I mean, is there anybody else who wants to take that up? Because you can't be the only person who's supporting it, right?
For now, she's always been the only facilitator of this group.
Okay.
Okay. And we'll open the floor for questions then. Jimson.
Thank you very much, Ole, and greetings again, everyone. My question is regard to the first presentation on the strategy. It's very, very important. The work of the strategy workshop working group is very, very important. Especially trying to find the linkage in the implementation of GDC, WSIS review, and IGF going forward. I just want to find out if there was consideration of another major part of WSIS in their evaluation. That is the enhanced cooperation, the work of enhanced cooperation. There was, along with IGF forum every year, there was another track called enhanced cooperation. And the enhanced cooperation, talked about how government can work together, also in a collaboration with other stakeholders. It was deadlock, but it achieved a lot in the sense that it was agreed, even by many governments, including Russia, Eastern country government, that the private sector, the civil society needed to be involved. So, and the failure of that resolution at the end led to what we have right now as GDC, or Pact for the Future. So the point is, if this is factored in, then we can easily know that it's all part of WSIS. Even GDC is part of WSIS. And how has WSIS been implemented so far? So that will help us in our strategy of how we implement GDC and WSIS review. So I just want to bring that up. Was there a consideration of the background of enhanced cooperation in the overall consideration of the working group strategy? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jimson, for this good point you raised. I think you raised an important point. We can include it in the plan of activity. We didn't discuss inside the group, but I think we can discuss, maybe also try to share with the group how to improve this enhanced cooperation among the governments and how to link to the GDC. So I don't know, Chris, if you have some other idea, what your opinion on this? I mean, Chris, if you want to add something.
Yeah, thanks, Jimson, for raising that. I mean, I think there is certainly a lot of awareness in the working group strategy discussions that we've had about the enhanced cooperation situation, the history to it. But yeah, as I say, very keen to have as other MAG members and new MAG members, new old MAG members, joining us to provide that. I do think there is, I mean, I think as Ole Martin said earlier, I mean, there is a tight timeline this year. There are limited resources. I'm not sure I would see jumping into the enhanced cooperation debate at this point for the working group strategy as a sort of singular priority. I think we probably there's a lot in the Beyond 2025 document which we can share the link to, and in the work plan already for us to do. I think we would certainly want to keep an eye on discussions as they develop around enhanced cooperation, but there's also a lot of other space around thinking in terms of the IGF that we absolutely need to prioritize. That would be my sort of personal opinion anyway. But as I say, I think that can be something we discuss and evolve in the working group strategy discussions, and hopefully you'll be able to join there.
Thank you. There's also a question in the chat. Maybe you, Chengitai, could answer that, what we mean by the intersessional period this year, because the IGF being in June. I believe we're saying that.
Sorry, I'm practically looking for my unmute button. Intersessional period is throughout the annual meeting is, yes, the major event, but it doesn't mean that work stops and starts with the annual meeting. So as far as we're concerned, well, as far as the Secretariat is concerned, intersession activities will be from now until December. And what we hope that would happen is that during the IGF 2025 meeting, it's basically producing midterm reports and midterm reviews for for this intersessional period, and then the work would carry on after further input and discussion at the IGF 2025 meeting until December.
Thank you. Wolfgang?
Yeah, thank you very much. I see Jimson's point on enhanced cooperation, and I think this is important. But I also respect Chris' argument that this is a complex issue, because enhanced cooperation is coded language, or I would say poisoned language or polluted language, because this was the compromise language which emerged from two opposite positions in Tunis, where one group wanted to have an intergovernmental internet council, and the other one wanted to have a private management of critical internet resources. So the one wanted to have a status quo plus, and the other a status quo minus, because the point the conflict point was the role of the US in overseeing the A-root server in ICANN. So the compromise was to start a process and to leave it open. And after the Jana transition, I think we have now the status quo minus situation, and there is no need to go back to status quo plus, which means a new intergovernmental body. And the tricky point in Tunis was that this problem was extended by adding a second layer to enhanced cooperation, which is not enhanced cooperation among governments, but enhanced cooperation among stakeholders. And I think here probably we should take a proactive approach and saying, this is certainly needed. We have to enhance the communication, coordination, and collaboration among all stakeholders, governments, private sector, civil society, technical community. And here we can develop some ideas so that we avoid to fall into the trap of discussing a new intergovernmental body for the internet, as it was proposed those days in Geneva in the ITU working group on internet, ITU Council working group on internet. So that means the idea is the idea for an intergovernmental body will come back in the Business Plus 20 review. So, but here we could take a proactive situation and offering a concept for enhancing coordination, communication, collaboration among stakeholders and not among governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Wolfgang. Alia?
Thanks very much, Ola, for giving me the floor. I put some questions in the chat for working group strategy. I think the working group always does excellent work, and I think collaboration with the MAG is a very great part of it, and I think it really worked well last year. And I have to thank Carol for her support. I think having such active support from the chair for the working group strategy has been very helpful. At the same time, I think the working group's challenge is the issue of agency, who actually implements the recommendations. So I would urge the working group to have very concrete suggestions for Norway and for post-Norway that can be implemented by those who have the capacity to implement, which will involve working group strategy actually sitting down and talking with the secretariat, with the leadership panel, with UNDESA, with the host country, but also with the other WSIS implementing institutions. So I think that's very important. Lito, thank you for responding to my question about workshop process. I do think the MAG has to consider, however, the harmonizing of the program. Adam might want to speak to this. He's often concerned about this. The fact that so many session proposals are not seen by the MAG or vetted by the MAG. I think there needs to be better communication with the MAG on which open forums there'll be, what topics they will address, so that there is less duplication in the program. And they're just on enhanced cooperation. It's difficult, Chris, but it's not going away. It's in the GDC, enhanced cooperation. It was in the G77 statements on WSIS and on the GDC. So I think a proactive response that actually looks at how it has evolved, or maybe someone could write a short briefing. For example, the Cybercrime Treaty is a manifestation of enhanced cooperation. I don't think we need to think of a new intergovernmental institution. I think, and it's also not just the INA transition. There's a lot else that has shifted, but also that still needs to shift in how governments cooperate and engage in this space. So I think a proactive response, but I don't think pretending or not talking about it is going to take it off the agenda.
Thank you, Anna.
Oli, I think you're muted.
Yes, I am. Okay, thank you. Maybe we should move on to the policy networks and best practice forums. I think we have given good comments and feedback on the plans for the strategy workshop use, and we'll get back to the multilingualism later. That's okay with everybody? Then we'll do the presentation on a selection of potential new IGF policy networks and best practice forums. I will give the word to Amrita on policy network on artificial intelligence.
I don't see her in the call.
Okay. Are there any others that can take the policy network on artificial? Okay. Then we'll move on to the internet fragmentation. Teresa, Efraim?
Yes, that's correct. Good morning, and I hope that the AI will be able to present in a bit. So I was not a MAC member in the previous period, and I was not active in the policy network of internet fragmentation. Yet I'm super happy to step in because I think this is a topic that belongs on the IGF agenda, linking to many issues that we have traditionally covered, be it human rights, be it links to development, be it some technology related issues as well. What I would like to stress for this particular proposal is also, again, the link to the important policy processes like the GDC or the WSIS. And I would also like to remind you that the GDC has a specific kind of commitment on internet fragmentation that this policy network can also pick up. Because it is a proposal for a network happening at the IGF, where I think is kind of the biggest value is that we can really showcase how the IGF can provide these kind of multi-stakeholder input to these processes and discussions on these topics. It can very well complement other intersessional activities of the IGF. It also links very well with the NRIs, which were mentioned several times also in different contexts yesterday. So this is why I think this network should continue. The time frame is short, as we keep hearing so often before the next IGF. But what you will see from this proposal is that really the goal is to see and assess what has changed between, let's say, December-ish 2024 and the mid of the year of 2025. My ask to all of you, fellow MAC members, is to consider who of you would like to be involved in this policy network, interested in possible co-facilitation, and how you feel about this topic continuing prominently on the IGF agenda. I'll probably stop here, and more details can be consulted in the document that Celine is kindly sharing, and that is available already on the website. Thank you, and back to you, Ole Martin.
Thank you, Teresa. I I saw Amrita is back, so then let's get back to artificial intelligence.
Thank you so much, Ole. Amrita, for the record, and Celine, would you please share the proposal? So the policy network on AI is requesting the MAG to support the work for 2025. This would be the third year. Since it's a crucial year for the group, for the IGF and its ecosystem, the first year it looked at three key issues. Last year there were 4 issues which were looked at. This year what we are proposing, and Celine, if you could just scroll down further, and you can please go through the proposal, but if you can go down a bit, I'll just go to what we are planning to, we are proposing, yes, to continue to prepare a report that summarizes the ideas and plan on how the IGF can integrate with the GDC implementation, especially related to AI. The other thing is to engage in AI discussion processes and forums, and obviously make submissions or articulate the work which the PNAI has been done. In that regards, while this is not a comprehensive or finalized timeline, if we can go down a bit more, we've kind of tried to share a bit about the developments, the various AI related events which possibly the PNAI may want to look at or make some submissions. One of them is, if there is someone who is going to the AI Action Summit, perhaps Anya is going or someone from our community, Constance is there, if the work of PNAI could be shared there. 18, there is an informal consultation of the scientific panel. The AI PNAI is planning to make an intervention or submit something out there. So these are certain things which, at this point we've been thinking the PNAI would be deliberating more if the MAG agrees to what the PNAI is suggesting. And we would request you also to kind of join the PNAI and help to frame it. And in case, if you can scroll down a bit more, Celine, if you feel there are some key events where the PNAI could contribute, you could help list it here. We are also looking at the regional IGFs as well as other sub-regional IGFs where there could be more discussions about the work of the policy network over the last 2 years. So that's about it. I wanted to keep it brief and I would be happy to respond to questions. Zhao from the MAG has had indicated that she's interested to facilitate the policy network on AI. And Odis, who was a previous MAG member, had been co-facilitating this group earlier on. So this is about it at this point of time. Thank you, Ole.
Thank you, Amrita. And then we have the suggestion of a group on IGF and digital cooperation and governance from Valeria.
Ole, you're muted.
Sorry.
Thanks very much. So Ole, thanks for giving me the floor. Henriette here. Valeria unfortunately cannot be in the meeting, so she's asked me to present this. Can you essentially it builds on the request that came from the MAG chair for us to look at a working group that looks at global digital compact and IGF engagement, how the IGF can facilitate follow-up and implementation. So it overlaps to some extent with the presentation from the policy network and internet fragmentation. We think it could also be a best practice forum. In fact, it's not that important which modality it is. What we do think is important, though, is that that the IGF looks at its role with regard to digital cooperation quite broadly, not just GDC implementation. I think we need to always remember that the IGF has been around for 20 years. It has a vast network of institutions and people, and it covers a very vast range of issues. I think the IGF can address GDC content, but it also can address other emerging digital processes, including WSIS and WSIS follow-up. So I suppose here my reaction here would be to ask the policy network on internet fragmentation if it feels it can undertake looking not just at that one particular section of the Global Digital Compact, but at the IGF's role a little bit more broadly. I think this is also relevant because if we recall the WSIS plus 10 resolution, it does link ultimate WSIS review to the GDC, to the SDGs as well. So there's also this 2030 timeline. And I think we need to look at how the IGF can contribute to achieving or using digital to achieve the SDGs. That's not just a role for the Global Digital Compact or the Office on Digital and Emerging Technologies. We think that's something that the IGF can also contribute to. So I think that is it, Ole. We have also in this proposal a suggestion that there's a best practice forum, and we think here perhaps the best practice forum on cybersecurity would be willing to take this on to look at the role of the inter-governance multi-stakeholder community in ensuring and protecting internet access and infrastructure in context of conflict and disasters. There was a main session in Riyadh that addressed this. It looked on the one hand at the cases of Ukraine and Gaza and the massive destruction of infrastructure. It also looked at climate change and the impact of climate change on, for example, undersea cables. At the moment, we do have the ITU that sees this as part of its responsibility. The ITU Council has a resolution on providing assistance to countries that need to restore their infrastructure. But there's no clarity really about what the role is of the technical community, for example, or of civil society, or how do they work with humanitarian organizations. And then just the final component of our proposal is just to request or suggest that the Secretariat in the build-up to Norway, but also to the WSIS review, dedicates a liaison function within the Secretariat to be able to work with governments a little bit more efficiently and effectively. Of course, the Secretariat tries to do this, but we feel that in the way that it has enabled to bring parliamentarians into the IGF in a very impactful way, a little bit more focus on liaison with governments can achieve that, especially with regard to developing country governments that are not yet that actively engaged. I'm sorry that took so long, but I thought I would get it all off. And Valeria will try to be present. And if she is, I think she might have just joined, so she can add if needed.
Thank you, Andre. Valeria, do you want to add something?
Okay, she hasn't joined yet. She just sent me a message, but I think she will join in the course of the day.
Okay. We'll have we'll open for questions after the last two here. Then we had and that's Valeria on the next one also, but the best practice forum on securing access to internet and protect core internet resources in context of conflict. Do you do that also, Henriette?
Ole, yes, I touched on that briefly, and maybe I should just leave and and ask for questions. This is very much a specific outcome from a main session in Riyadh. And I think if people want to read the text and ask questions, I've already taken a lot of time, so I would rather respond to questions than say more.
Thank you. Okay, then we have meaningful access for Halaji. Oh, Flavio, do you have a question? Can we take questions later, or is it?
I have a question to Henriette, but you may leave it for later if you
Can we take it afterwards, and then we can go ahead with the meaningful access? Okay.
Yeah. Can I go ahead?
Yeah.
Yes. Good morning to everyone. This is Alhaji. I'm the co-chair of the Policy Network on Meaningful Access, and we are bringing this proposal here today. That is why, because the PNMA was created since 2021 as a successor to the policy options for connecting and enabling the next billions. Now, the concept of meaningful access that was developed by and within multi-stakeholder partnerships, such as the A4, AI, GDIP, ISOC, APC, etc., adopted some international organizations such as ITU and the UNESCO, in fact, has proven to be the best solution to develop digital cooperation among the part of the human population, and still today. Now, why is it more important than ever before? Now, if you look at the GDC, actually, on various aspects, like, for example, if you look at number 7 of the GDC, it actually has the footprint of meaningful access all over. And I will read exactly like they have it on the, on the objective 7. The objective number 7 on the GDC says, to achieve our goal, we will pursue the following objectives. 1, close all digital divides and accelerate progress across sustainable development goals. Now, if you continue further on the GDC, on principles, number 8, G, it says accessible and affordable data and digital technologies and services are essential to enable every person to participate fully in the digital world. Our cooperation will promote digital accessibility for all and support linguistic and cultural diversity. So you can clearly see that even in the GDC, actually, you have the footprint of meaningful access all over on the GDC. And then we think, in fact, this further gives the importance, actually, of having the meaningful access. Now, in 2024, what have we done? In 2024, we have almost about 30 organizations and individuals from all stakeholders groups. They actually have participated. Some made presentations, some have shown the projects that were really very helpful to ensure the population, particularly the vulnerable population, had access to the internet, but not only access, but to have meaningful access that was going to allow them to be able to be more productive online. And then we had governments like Brazil, we have NGOs like APC, and partnership with the GDC, etc., that actually work with us throughout. And we were able to create a repository that actually has a database of projects and proposals that are meant to actually close the digital gap. Now, where are we with the work we have done? Now, along the work we have done in 2024, the group has actively contributed to identify a certain number of best practices and policy solutions that have been written, and we put them in a special repository. And during the 2024, we also reorganized and created this repository of PNMA with previous policy options for connecting. What we plan to do in 2025, in fact, in our final report produced by the group, the candidates will work on the implementation of the Global Digital Compact, especially for the areas related to access, how to make it meaningful, how to measure it, the improvement, and how to propagate and spread the best practices and the successful policies that are actually identified. Now, the PNMA chairpersons and the chair have asked the leadership panel to submit successful examples identified by the network to regional institutions such as UNGA, the African Union, the League of Arab States, and so on. So you're going to see that from the interaction we have, we were able to gather some successful projects that were able to close the digital gap. And this, we have actually asked the leadership panel to submit it to the regional. So in conclusion, based on the reasons above, and in particular, the footprint of meaningful access on the GDC, in fact, makes it more important that the IGF to maintain this policy network. That's the PNMA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alhaji. Then we'll open the floor for questions. Flavio, let's give the word to you.
Thank you, Ole. Thank you very much. I had a question to Henriette. So it is already in your proposal, Henriette, and yours and from Valeria, regarding this new policy network or even a BPF, as you mentioned, on the Global Digital Compact implementation or the IGF and digital cooperation and governance, how this is different from the work that has been done by the working group strategy. Will we not have some superposition among those two groups working under the MAG? How can we avoid this superposition? How can these two structures be different from each other? You also mentioned that even the policy network on internet fragmentation could undertake this work. So do we not risk having superposition among different groups working on the same issue of digital cooperation? I would like to hear your thoughts on that.
Ole, should I go ahead?
Yeah, do that.
Thanks, Ole. Absolutely, Flavio. And we actually put that in the proposal, that we think this work could be done by a subgroup or by the working group strategy, for maybe in a, we said yesterday that it needs to start tomorrow. And I think a lot of the discussion has taken place already in the working group strategy. I just think that what needs to happen, and maybe this requires a new intersessional modality, or maybe it requires creative thinking. For example, instead of the current procedure, which is that BPFs and PNs are resourced with a consultant, possibly the working group strategy could be resourced with a paid consultant, a part-time consultant, because I think there's just a need to be a little bit more deliberate and more action-oriented than the working group strategy always has the means to be. And remember, the working group strategy advises the MAG. The MAG then has to make the decisions. Whereas the other difference here would also be that a policy network, or if it's done by the policy network on internet fragmentation, has perhaps a little bit more room to make proposals. I really think the MAG needs to be creative about this, and maybe working group strategy can do more thinking about it, or the MAG chair can provide guidance. I don't think it has to be a new modality in principle. And certainly that option of delegating this to the working group strategy, or even to a collaboration between policy network on internet fragmentation and working group strategy, is also an option. I just think we need to remember that there's work that needs to be done immediately for Norway, and then there's also work that needs to be done that can feed into the high-level event and the WSIS review, and Global Digital Compact implementation in a longer term.
Thank you. Marcus?
Thank you, Ole, and I hope you can hear me and see me. I'm speaking in my capacity as co-facilitator of the Dynamic Coalitions, and reacting also to what Henriette just said. I think we do need a lot of creativity. The DCs have decided to devote their work feeding into the Oslo meeting on GDC implementation. And I think that needs to be tied up with all the other work the MAG will do, be that in working groups or be that in BPFs or PNs, so that we don't have different silos talking about the same thing. And I also like very much the proposal that Norway made for the overarching themes and sub-themes that could also be tied up with that. I think they have very much the focus on GDC and WSIS plus 20, and also the Sustainable Development Goals. It ties it up nicely, and it could be part of the very much the mainstream work the MAG does in preparing the IGF this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Roel?
Thank you, Ole. I want to make a question with regard to the proposal of, not the proposal, but the existence or continuity of the policy network on artificial intelligence. Is this timely now, or do you want to continue with discussion on the Henriette's proposal?
So you can ask.
Okay. Okay. There are, as we know, there are too many processes on AI at this moment around the globe, regionally, globally. My question is, what's the unique contribution that the policy network is doing, is making, or what will be, continue making to this international discussion. I think that the challenge is more about the coordination among multiple initiatives, more than having more and more forum to discuss this. Of course, I agree that it's a central issue at this moment. My point is not that. Thank
you. Do I respond to the question of Raul? Amrita here.
Yeah, you can do a short response.
Yes, thank you so much. Raul, I completely agree. And that is why the policy network on AI was set up, because there are too many discussions happening at too many places. The idea was to bring in these discussions here to make a coherent thread, to find linkages which the IGF could propose. The idea is the IGF should be a platform where the diverse discussions happen. They can come and be discussed, and perhaps the best practices shared or assimilated. That is what the policy network in the last 2 years has been doing. And since the time is less, the idea was to see, like, for example, this year that, the GDC has an AI track. They are doing a lot of things. Perhaps, what could be the I would say input which the IGF community could give there is what the policy network on AI could look at, the linkages which we can work on, and the interventions which the group has been thinking. Of course, MAG has to agree, and you can give your advice on what can be done more, is to see how the PNAI, through what it has been doing in the last 2 years in terms of interoperability or the sustainability or other things, can be put as inputs into these processes, or say that, look, these are the things which has been done, and this is a platform which can help to discuss these things more. Hope I've been able to answer you, Raul.
Yes, you answered. Yes, I think that's. I still have some questions about that, but yes, you answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Wolfgang.
Yeah, thank you very much. My comment fits exactly into the question raised by Raul in the answer from Amrita. We are talking here about the input the IGF can give to the processes, but it's also the other way around. We can pull all these processes to the IGF in Norway, so that the IGF offers a platform for the exchange among the various processes. In the UN report on AI of the high-level expert group, it was criticized that too many AI processes are in parallel and have no interaction. I think the IGF has an opportunity to provide a place so that this interaction about the Pledgely process, the G7 Hiroshima process, the new AI panel and the UA dialogue, the UNESCO, the ITU, and all this takes place in the IGF. I remember in 2013, when we had various initiatives on internet governance principles from the OECD, from India, from Russia, from China, from others, we organized a platform where all these different initiatives came together, exchanged their views, and this paved the way for the Net Mundial Declaration. So I think this is an opportunity in Oslo to invite all these initiatives, not only that the IGF makes contributions to these various initiatives, but we bring all these different initiatives to Oslo. Thank you.
Thank you. Bring them all to Oslo. We support that, absolutely. Anju.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me.
We hear you.
Okay, perfect. I'm just going to respond to the policy meaningful connectivity piece. I also think that we should maybe include Asia Pacific community, telecommunity, the APAC, also the Pacific Islands Telecommunication Association, CTO, and few other organizations that have been working closely, not just with governments, but also with regulators to actually bridge the digital divide and also to look at meaningful connectivity. And maybe Talent, my colleague here, who's also here on the call, can also add, but it would be ideal to look at the USF, because some of the countries are really going through a lot of these challenges because they're not able to, again, bridge the gap between the telcos and the regulators in terms of the USF payout model or the formula that you use to make sure that it's equally distributed to other communities, or even to when you look at all, what does that really mean to persons with disability, etc. And maybe one more point in terms of climate change and the submarine cable, etc. And again, it's very much aligned to meaningful connectivity, is to start thinking about backhaul, right? The backup. So satellite LEOs, what can that do to make sure that, when there is a problem with the submarine cable or there is an earthquake, there is always backup in terms of satellites, right? Because that's what's happening in some of the island countries. So I just wanted to point that out, and it would be good if we could also add those things into the policy document. Thank you.
Thank you. Or just Chengitai commented in the chat here that we have 4 slots and 5 proposals. I know that the Secretariat had prepared a Zoom poll for MAG members only, so we can select that. If we have to try to keep the time here at 10:15, maybe we should introduce the Zoom poll and let the last 2 hands talk. Anju? Anju, go first.
Sorry, that was an old hand, so I'll just put it down lower.
Okay.
Shoulder hand.
Alachi?
Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick one on the last speaker about the on policy network on meaningful access. Yes, indeed. In fact, Talan was part of the panel in Riyadh, and he has given valuable information on the projects actually he was doing that's actually closing that particular gap, particularly in the developing countries, and more so of the vulnerable population. In fact, we've had a lot of presentations and proposals from Pakistan and other areas. Actually, I think she has given very good suggestions, which we can actually add more to what we already have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll wait for the poll. Jennifer?
Thank you, Alan Martin. Just a quick question, since this poll is for the MAG members to pick, and I think I put it on the chat as well. Are we going to finalize the selection with this poll? And if that's the case, are we supposed to pick 4 out of the 5, or how are we going to do this? Thank you.
I believe that was the preferred result, that we picked 4 out of the 5 because we only have 4 slots and 5 suggestions. I think Chengitai, maybe you want to pitch in here and help me. I am not sure on what the process will be.
There's no hard and fast process. It's just we're using the consensus model, so the poll is going to help, yes.
Okay.
But by the end of the session, in a couple of minutes, it would be ideal if we had an agreement on the 4 that we were going to pick. And yes, the poll is a tool to help us reach that goal.
Yes, it seems some of us actually have lost the poll. Can we resend it again?
Alhaji, there's a Zoom poll QR code that we shared in the chat. Perhaps you can open that one.
Chris, do you want to comment?
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I guess the fundamental question here is there seems to be agreement that there should be some form of consultant assisted work on digital cooperation, on governance, on GDC, etc. So is a fundamental question whether we want to do that as a separate new stream or as part of the policy network on internet fragmentation. Yeah, so I'm just wondering if that's kind of my understanding of what this question is, and I'm just wondering if that's sort of what everyone else is feeling is the question as well.
Yeah, so basically, let me rephrase my statement. We've got four, I mean, it may not be exactly correct, but we've got four consultants. We have to decide what we're going to use those four consultants' time on. So if it's four for those 4 slots, we can, divide them between the policy networks and the best practice forums. But if you want a consultant to do something else, then we have to subtract 1 consultant. Does that make it clear? Ish?
Ish.
Yeah, thank you.
So, but if we integrate the group on IGF and digital cooperation into the artificial intelligence, now the internet fragmentation and the other best practice, the other groups, then we could spread the 5th one around. Is that possible? Okay, we have Raoul. You want to have a comment here?
Yes, in line with my previous comment, I think that the policy networks of IGF should make a unique contribution to the international discussion. It is very interesting that I see Wolfgang point, and I agree with that. I think this is exactly what I'm looking for, that the policy networks look for a different approach of what is being done by other forums. But what caught my attention is that I think that policy network on internet fragmentation is very important in that sense, because this is a discussion that is not being held in other places. And in fact, it was downgraded in the context of GDC discussion. So I just call the attention of my colleagues in the MAG with regard to the point that this is an area in which the IGF can make a contribution that would be very valuable with a very important point. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa?
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you also, Raul. Of course, I do notice that the policy network that I had the pleasure of presenting received the least votes in this poll, but I want to understand, is it voting that we use to take decisions here in the MAG? First question. Second, how many MAG members have actually participated in this? How accurate and heavy these results are? Otherwise, all I can argue for that obviously the topic of internet fragmentation, as Raul has stressed, in my view, belongs on the IGF agenda tremendously, as do the other topics. And obviously in discussion with other MAG members, we can explore connections so that there are not overlaps. But I just, from my point of view, wanted to make sure that these issues stay on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're not voting, it's a consensus, but so it's just an indication that could guide the discussion. Charles?
Thank you, Ole. In fact, I think the lower was for the internet fragmentation because I think many of us has different, let's say, meaning for it. Some would not able to reach the internet. This consider fragmentation. Some means, I don't want to go into details in that. I'm sure the policy network had more details about it. But I expect this is an important. Maybe if you like, when we get the full details from the MAC members, as Celine put in the chat, we can know better if it's prioritized based on that or what. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chris?
Yeah, thank you. I think, yeah, to Celine's, to Theresa's point, I don't think we're voting here in a sort of strict way. Perhaps, but it gives us some insight into where we're going. I think Charles made a good point there in terms of what we're thinking, whether we all have a consistent idea when it comes to what PNIF is doing. I sort of back to my previous point. I mean, I wonder if we simply need to merge the idea of the PNIF evolution and the proposal that Henriette spoke about to say, yes, we do need to have a consultant and an intersessional project looking at digital cooperation, looking at GDC, looking at where the IGF's work fits into all of this. And that could happen under the banner of the PNIF. If we want to continue down that road, I think the working group strategy would certainly want to have a sort of dotted line connection to that and make sure that there was alignment and consistency there. And I think that would probably fill the sort of the needs that APC and Henriette and Valeria have pointed out in their proposal. So that would kind of be where I'd suggest we move towards.
So you're suggesting that the strategy and the PNIF is collaborating for this year or this intersessional, and then, so then we can have all five, just to clarify?
More that we have 4 consultants, and that of the 5 proposals, we can merge the PNIF and the new work stream on digital cooperation into a single project.
Okay. So with the new stream, you want to add a PNIF in that. Okay. Thank you. Raul, is that a new hand or all hand? Both hands? Okay. I see some comments in the chat that's not on Desiree? Desiree? Are you muted?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I would just like to follow up on the suggestion that Chris just Chris mentioned. I'm kind of echo here. Sorry, apologies. Not sure if you can. I believe it's really important to continue with the IGF policy network that we have, and I think this poll has also resulted in this kind of help us not prioritize, but to see where MAG members, what do they feel about this, and I would definitely like to support that idea that we take Valeria's and Henriette's proposal and try to integrate them into the policy network on internet fragmentation for this year. And then we can, depending on our resources, revisit this. But I do think that that the proposal on digital cooperation is really important. That I also supported the idea that we should have something for the WSIS high-level event on this topic on improving coordination, because it is the continuation of the topic where it all started. And as we cannot have the policy network and global digital cooperation and governance now, I think let's try and wrap it in the policy network on internet fragmentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike.
Sorry. Thank you. I think we will have a short break and maybe we can come back to this and then we can see the result from the poll also. But Carol, you wanted to see something first?
I've taken the hand down.
Okay.
I can say something. So one option is to approve the 3 and then get the digital cooperation proposal and the internet fragmentation people to talk to each other and come up with a work plan that is reasonable, because I'm also a little bit afraid that if we get them to cooperate, they'll just lump both proposals together and then you'll get one consultant doing the work of 3. So that's one way we can do to move forward, that, okay, we know that the 3 have got support, let's approve them, and then the other 2 can come up with a unified proposal that we can, that the MAG can look at a later stage. That's just a suggestion.
Okay, that's a good suggestion. I see that in the chat that's supported. We can at least
sorry, Ole, sorry for the interruption, but Chengetai, could you repeat what's your suggestion exactly?
I'm suggesting that we approve the 3 proposals that I think everybody's in agreement is should carry on, and then for the merger, that's the merger between the digital corporation, the suggested merger between digital corporation and internet fragmentation. We ask both groups to come up with a proposal, work plan, that the MAG can look at a later stage, because one of my fears is that, as happens with the workshops, you ask 2 people to merge and then they just basically copy and paste one proposal at the bottom of the other proposal. So we should get an integrated proposal from them, and then we can look at it and the work plan and see that it is reasonable for a consultant to do, and then approve that at a later stage. But we have those 3 that we have certified, and they can start their work immediately, just because we have 7 days left. Yeah.
36.
36 days left. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, can we settle on that then? Can we agree on that? Is that a good way forward? I think
MAG members, you could just put +1 in or -1 in the chat so we can have an idea.
Chris?
Thanks. Sorry, I could have put this in the chat. I was just going to say, I think it's the best suggestion we have here, and happy to support it. But certainly, the time frame for when we come back with a new revised proposal is going to have to be very short. So yeah, I'm sort of within a week, maybe 2 weeks if we push it. But I think that would be the absolute outside from.
I think a week would be good. Yeah.
Okay. I think we can settle on that then. We'll have a new suggestion by week, end of the week, some max a week, maybe. And we'll approve the 3. And then we're agreed. Okay. And then we can take a short 15 minutes break. There's still 15 minutes, isn't it? I guess they will, Celine will set the clock. And we'll be back here at in 15 minutes. Okay?
Perfect. Thank you very much, Oli. We will make the timer for 15 minutes.
Hello, everybody. We will start in 1 minute. Okay, welcome back from the break. I'd just like to draw your attention to the chat where the results of the poll has been placed. And interesting thing here is that PNIF and BPF are both at 13. I don't know if we want to open discussion on that. We'll think about it. So we're moving on to the agenda item where we look at the DCs and the NRIs. These are intersessional works that are very critical to the ecosystem of the IGF. And we look forward to hearing from the groups on their plans for the 2025 cycle. And we're going to start with Marcus, who is the Dynamic Coalition co-facilitator. Marcus?
Thank you, Carol. Yes, indeed. Well, I already alluded to it in previous session, that the DCs are planning to build on the main session they had in Riyadh, where they contributed to the GDC under the heading Support for Sustainable Digital Development. And for the first time, the DCs organized themselves in clusters according to the 5 main headings. And that, on the whole, was considered a very successful session in terms of substance. And it showed that the DCs can actually contribute indeed to GDC implementation. So it was decided already in Riyadh to continue along with these same clusters. And yes, we understand there may be some rearrangement needed as clusters were put together mainly in light of the main session then, and also in terms of speakers and assuring diversity of speakers. So there will be a need for readjusting the clusters, but that is the firm intention of the DCs to go ahead with these 5 clusters that they all self-select to which cluster they belong to the 5 themes of the GDC. Now, given the discussion as it is going, there is obviously a link to this new working group or policy network on GDC implementation. And I think there was a necessity to have at least a dotted line to link the DCs to that work, so to make sure that we don't proceed in silos and that we don't know what each other one is doing. We might also wish to reconsider to see whether we could align ourselves with the main themes proposed, the overarching themes by the Norwegian hosts. But that is something, obviously, that we would have to go back to the coordination group to discuss. And what you see on the screen now is the work the DCs did, which is quite impressive, to take an inventory of the proposals of the work. They will be ready to present at the IGF in Norway. So we give the MAG a clearer idea of what they're up to, and it is again understood that it will not be possible for each DC to have an individual session, but there is a strong desire for DCs that have something to present, that they will be given the opportunity to have a platform on how they can present this in whatever way that can be done. So that would be definitely one ask the DCs have to the MAG, and whether that could be done, it depends also on the session format. In Riyadh, there was this stage right in the middle of the village. That could be something where the DCs could be invited to present the work they have done and that they would be ready to present. So that would be open definitely for discussion, but the DCs really would very much appreciate if they would be given the opportunity in one way or another to present some of the tangible outcomes they have. Another ask the DCs have is, we make that repeatedly, to have again a liaison from the MAG. So that the liaison would then bring the thinking of the MAG to the coordination group, and the other way around, keep the MAG informed about the thinking of the DC coordination group. But the overarching priority of the DCs is a better integration into the mainstream of the IGF work. So with that, I think I can conclude, and I thank you for your attention. Happy, obviously, to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Any questions for DC? Jennifer?
Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Marcus, for the comprehensive update on the DCs. I was just wondering, the work plan for the DCs, is that going to be a living document? Because I think there might be additional DCs that I don't quite see on this chart for the moment. So will there be, at some point later in the year, additional plans for those DCs? Thank you.
Thank you. No, it is an open document, and it only reflects those who have actually put in their work. And obviously, we did it was for relatively short notice, but it is impressive to see how responsive the DCs were. And that's a good indication, I think, on how keen they are to contribute to the IGF work. And it may also be an incentive for those who have not yet done so to add their work to that. And well, I may actually, as I already have the floor, may also add that we had some talk about enhancing the accountability of the DCs, and that is in line with the exercise we started. I think it was under Henriette when we had a stock-taking exercise of what the DCs are, and we looked at how to improve the cooperation among and with the DCs. And there are, in a document that was produced 3 years ago, there were various issue areas to be investigated, to be improved. And one of them was indeed also enhancing the accountability of DCs. And one of the DCs is on gaming. And we have started discussing on the gamification of accountability. And one proposal was just to have treated like the game, the attendance sheet, and use that as an incentive. But this is work in progress and to be reported on an ongoing basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. I was just going to ask you to comment on that because I know that was a discussion we had at IGF 2024 with regards to improvements to the DC. So thank you very much. We're going to move on to NRIs. McWilliam?
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much, Carol, for giving me the floor. Okay. Thank you very much, Celine, for putting up the presentation. So like as Carol mentioned, my name is McWilliam, and I'll be delivering this presentation on behalf of Ania Gengo. I'll share insights into the latest development within the NRI's network, updates on the IGF 2025 youth track, and some ongoing efforts into capacity development. Next slide, please. Thank you. To briefly describe what the NRIs are, they are essentially IGFs at the national and regional level. And geographically speaking, the NRIs are well balanced across the continent, as you can see. And this is very important for IGF as a global process. Next slide. Currently, there are 176 NRIs worldwide spread across the 5 UN regional groups. So in Africa, we have 35. We presently have 35 NRIs. In the Latin America and Caribbean, we have 21, Asia Pacific 19, Western Europe and others 18, and Eastern Europe 17. In addition, a number of national and regional IGFs have integrated youth-focused programs. This is to further strengthen youth participation in internet governance and discussions at all levels. Finally, we are also happy to welcome our new NRIs that have recently been recognized. These are IGF Ireland and IGF Saudi. Let's move on. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Then the NRI's 2025 inputs for the draft work plan that has been categorized into 6 main parts, as you can see here. Firstly, we would have the NRIs at the 20th IGF in Norway, and mainly they would be coordinating the main sessions. Also, they would have collaborative discussions and participate in other sessions as well. For the NRI's contributions to the GDC implementation, they will actively monitor the GDC's implementation to assess how best they can contribute to its success. When it comes to the contribution to the WSIS Plus 20, the NRI they are currently working on to develop a unified position on the WSIS vision and its future direction. Additionally, they will actively participate in WSIS roadmap implementation. Okay, so also in an effort to enhance inclusivity, NRIs are rethinking their methodologies to map missing voices and develop targeted strategies to engage with underrepresented stakeholders. Moving on to the 5th point, and also to better measure the effectiveness of the IGF discussions, NRIs are currently designing a methodology that will help track the impact of the work that they do. And finally, NRIs are committed to ensuring that internet governance discussions extend beyond the annual IGF meeting. So in this case, priority topics will be identified and addressed through hybrid discussions at regional IGFs, ensuring continuous engagement throughout the year. Thank you. Let's move on to the next slide. Moving on to the IGF 2025 Youth Track. The IGF 2025 Youth Track is designed to strengthen youth participation in internet governance through a multi-stakeholder approach. The goal is to ensure that young voices are actively contributing to the discussion on the governance of the internet and shaping policy debates. So what's basically going to happen is that this year, the youth track will consist of 3 key components in its structure, and which would comprise of 4 capacity development workshops at the regional IGFs. Also, the IGF 2025 Global Youth Summit scheduled for June 23, in Lillestrøm. And finally, they are going to have a database of all the youth experts, which will be shared. Which will be shared with IGF session organizers to enhance youth engagement in discussions across different IGF activities. Another thing that is going to happen is that you may already know that the youth IGF coordinators play a crucial role in ensuring that their community's voice are reflected in the IGF 2025 discussions. And a particular focus has been placed on emerging issues such as age verification and social media regulation. And on top of that, the first round of open consultations identified the following priority themes, and these themes were around cybersecurity and trust, media and content, digital cooperation, and the multi-stakeholder approach, environmental sustainability and climate change, and lastly, emerging technologies and innovation. Okay, so a key feature of the IGF 2025 Youth Track is that every session will promote direct exchanges between youth and senior stakeholders. And this is also to collaborate with, and also collaboration with the parliamentary track would continue, and this will further strengthen integration with youth-led discussions into policies, making this an achievable goal. Okay, right. Moving right on to also maintain active engagement. The IGF 2025 Youth Track will continue to leverage some of these. These channels has already been in use, which is the IGF Youth mailing list, monthly meetings, newsletter updates, and then webinars. Let's move on to the next slide, Salim. Thank you. Right. So when it comes to the IGF 2025 capacity development, this is the guiding principle behind these efforts are rooted in the Tunis agenda for the information society, which emphasizes the need to build capacity for internet governance in developing countries, and more importantly, leveraging local knowledge and expertise. So the key areas of capacity development in the IGF 2025 will cover business engagement, parliamentarians and the judiciary, newcomers, remote hubs, travel support, youth engagement, sex cooperation, and inclusion of different groups. Salim, can we please move on? Okay, to stay informed with the IGF and the NRI activities, we encourage you to join our newsletters. You can also subscribe to the NRI mailing list, or you can write to us directly at igf@un.org. And also we have our mobile app, which is available on the Play Store and then on the Google App Store. Thank you very much, and I, together with my colleagues, would welcome any questions if there are any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Macmillan. So any questions? So he did both the NRIs and capacity development youth track. Any questions for or comments for Macmillan or Mac? Jonathan?
Thank you very much. Also, thank you to the youth rapporteur for an excellent presentation. I did already raise my comment because I was wondering why digital competence is not one of their focus areas. So obviously, they were probably led by the initial track of what is expected. But I think it's also important that the youth think seriously, that they reflect a lot on what matters now and what matters in the future. So with respect that at least digital competence just goes beyond digital literacy to obviously include aspects of capacity building on content creation, because we see that in one part of the world, some kids have moved ahead to become content creators. They are churning out these unicorns, which will become the billionaire tech companies of the future. While it's on the other side of the world, other kids are busy on entertainment and they are being left behind. So their participation in the digital economy and society remains constrained, yet the opportunities are there. But then if there is no competence building to that capacity, then they'll always be behind, hence fueling the vicious cycle of marginality.
Thank you, Jonathan. Good point. Thank you very much. Moving on to capacity development parliamentary track, Celine.
Thank you very much also to McWilliam for the presentation just before, and thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. So I'll share a few slides regarding the IGF parliamentary track and also our activities for 2025. So as highlighted by McWilliam just before, and just for you to situate also the parliamentary track, it is part of our capacity development initiatives. And to give you some background information. So the parliamentary track was launched, let's say 2019 at the IGF in Berlin, where we had a roundtable discussion and already had produced messages from parliamentarians called back then the Jimmy Shorts messages. And since 2019, we further developed our activities dedicated to members of parliament. So it's not only for them to meet fellow parliamentarians from different regions, but also to foster dialogue, of course, with other stakeholders. And since then, we're partnering at the global level officially with the Interparliamentary Union and also normally with the parliament of the host country. And this will also be the case this year. We're partnering officially with Storting, the Norwegian parliament, with who we already started preparations some time ago. So I touched upon the annual IGF parliamentary track with the official co-organization with the IPU and the parliament of the host country. And out of this parliamentary track, normally a set of activities dedicated for members of parliament, but also open to anyone, of course, who would like to join with multi-stakeholder panels. We have an outcome, which we call the IGF parliamentary track output document, to which they can always refer and bring back to their parliament. Since a few years, actually since 2022, we also have regional IGF parliamentary tracks, the first one being in Africa. At the African IGF. Since then, we started developing others. So not only the regional, but also sub-regional ones. And once, for example, NRIs at the national level came to ask us for more information about some activities at their national IGF, we're doing the necessary to connect them accordingly. So we've had, for example, last year for the first time a parliamentary track at the West African IGF, also at the Central African IGF. Moving to the Asia Pacific, we had last year also parliamentary activities at the Central Asia IGF. This year, we're in close contact also with the European Dialogue on Internet Governance, trying to bring together some European members of parliaments at Eurodig this year. Last year, we've also tried to make some connection with CDIC. And last but not least, we also had last year and the year before some activities in Latin America. And We also, besides supporting some on-demand national IGF parliamentary activities, we're also sometimes directly collaborating with parliaments. So, for example, last year we had some activities at the Argentinian parliament and also in Chile at the Congress. And the one in Congress took place right before the Latin American and the Caribbean IGF. So to give you an update on the parliamentary track at the global IGF, we will very soon send, hopefully no later than end of February, the official parliamentary track invitation letter without the program, just to secure the attendance of as many members of parliament as possible. And it is a letter that is co-signed by the Secretary General of the IPU, the Speaker of the Parliament, and also our Undersecretary General of the Department of Economic and Social Affairs. We will then, mid-February, right after that meeting, the open consultation and MAG meeting, we will start with a program development. Based, of course, on the feedback received by members of parliament from last year and also the call for input of members of parliament. We will have a few set of dedicated sessions for members of parliament, but again, open to everyone. We will also make sure to integrate it better in the overall IGF program. It is usually over a course of 2 days, just because we also want to make sure that members of parliament are also part of other IGF sessions. And something else that we will further develop this year is the integration of members of parliament also in other IGF sessions. What we've been doing very actively also last year is that we were suggesting some additional sessions to members of parliament as an annex to their program of IGF sessions that we're targeting, for example, members of parliament, or we were making sure to connect members of parliament to some session organizers, depending on their expertise and their willingness, for example, to be more involved in the IGF. And as I mentioned, the outcome of the global IGF is the output document. And perhaps few other plans for 2025. We are, besides having our activities at the global IGF and at the national and regional IGFs, we're also partnering with the UN system. So we're on a regular basis providing some input also to the UN Secretary General, who's fostering a better cooperation between the IPU, between parliamentarians and UN system organizations. But recently, we've also been part of a joint UNDP and IPU initiative. This is an initiative that was launched last year in October at the IPU Assembly to bring in all various actors from the UN system and other parliamentary associations who are actively working on digital issues with members of parliaments. Their interest of these various organizations is growing, and it was a need, let's say, to align the various initiatives. So what are we doing? We're having regular monthly meetings with that group. We're curating a repository, sharing the reports, for example, the output documents that we're developing at the IGF, and also sharing upcoming events that do involve members of parliaments. Then what we would like to do is also to create a toolbox for the NRIs to facilitate, let's say, the creation of parliamentary activities and to further support these NRIs that are already having some sub-regional, regional, national parliamentary tracks. Last but not least, something that also emerged from last year's conversation amongst parliamentarians, to create a regular newsletter that would also share some capacity building initiatives from various partners. They're very interested in taking part in more capacity development initiatives, that it be, for example, initiatives by ICANN or from the private sector by Google. And we will try to keep all the network informed of parliamentarians, informed about the various initiatives also targeting parliamentarians throughout the year. So this is for now. We already set up a page for the IGF 2025 parliamentary track. You can visit it. For more information, please do not hesitate also to write to me directly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Celine? Ro?
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Celine, great work. And I like very much the emphasis that you are putting on the integration of parliamentarians in the other IGF activities. In the first years, it looked like they were having a separate meeting, and I think that is very important that they participate in across all the activities. So thank you very much. Congrats by that. Just one warning is that I think that's important that when you encourage parliamentarians from given regions to have activities under the umbrella of this project, it is important that we make them to adopt the IGF culture in terms of openness to all stakeholders. So we need to make those activities open to the participation of different stakeholders of the region. Sometimes they don't understand because some of them are new in this environment, and so they forget sometimes to open the doors and invite all the other stakeholders to become involved in the activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Raul, for this comment. Yes, it is true that also at the very beginning, I think there was this culture of wanting to have closed meetings amongst parliamentarians, also to provide them a safe space. But this is really something that we wanted to open up more and more, just because of the importance that the IGF, brings to the table, namely all the various stakeholder groups. Thank you, Raul.
Yes, thank you, Celine. Great work with the Secretariat on the great work with the parliamentary track. So we're at the point of a break, a long break, but however, two things I want to bring to your attention. So we had the results. First is we had the results of the poll posted, and we see that we only have 23 MAG persons involved in the poll. So that's just over half. So that's something to consider, as well as the PN, IF, and PN. MA had both the same results. There are two things that came up in the chat, two questions, whether or not we should take it to the doodle poll so that more MAG members could be involved. Some may not have joined today due to time or other reasons. And then there's also the question of whether we wait to see whether or not the merge between two proposals can occur. So I'm just going to open up the floor for about 5 minutes to see if you have any comments on what I said just now, and then we'll take a break and make a decision on how we will handle the situation. Floor open for 5 minutes of comments.
Okay, if I may, Carol, I think 23 is too low, as number. I suggest to have a doodle starting from today, and I open it for just 2 days in order to get more consensus from the MAG on the continuation of the policy network for this year. Thank you.
Okay, so Titi, are you saying that if we do the doodle today, then we could decide whether or not that requires a merge or not a merge? Is that what you're saying?
I was saying that maybe the doodle can just share a different situation. Because we have only 23 out of, I don't remember the right number of MAG members, but the doodle could change the results, so the scenario could be quite different. So after we get the results, maybe we can decide if a merge is needed, or maybe we can find a different scenario that could bring other proposals. This is what I mean.
Anybody else with a comment or not? Go ahead, Chris.
I think at this stage it would be useful just to allow the PNIF working group strategy, APC proposers of the new thing, and representatives from the NRI and DC coordination to have a discussion next week to see if there's a way to sort of converge that work. Because I think it is all focused on what is going to be the appropriate and most valuable role for the IGF in relation to GDC implementation, in relation to the broader digital cooperation landscape evolution. So I think, I'm not sure we can resolve that with a doodle poll or a vote at this stage. I think it'd be useful just for those groups to sort of come together and try and see if there is enough commonality there that can be something useful to do.
Okay, thank you. Talent?
Thanks so much, Chair. I second Chris. I think if we do doodle, we may not have the option to have a discussion based on the results. And given the time frame, perhaps as Chingetai suggested, we approve the three, and for the two remaining, they have a discussion, and perhaps we could go this way as we had agreed before the break. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the input. Have a good break, and I'll come back with a decision after the break. Thank you very much for your participation. Lewis, can you set the timer for us, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, that was very good entrance music. Shall we give it the traditional 2 minutes before we start?
Yes, thanks.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the first day of the MAG meeting. And as usual, the meeting is being recorded. We are transmitting to YouTube. And if you want to take the floor, and we are giving MAG members preference, please just use the hand up function, and the chair or co-chair will call your name and just give a very brief introduction about yourself and then go into your intervention. With that, I will give the floor back to our chair, Carol Roach.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good coffee break or a little nap, whatever was required to get you going for the second half. And it's going to be an exciting second half. I just want to, again, to reopen the discussion on the selections for the BPFs and the PNs. I think the consensus is that we continue with, well, people have asked that we reopen it for a last minute discussion. So I'm going to give it, instead of 5 minutes, 10 minutes for discussion. Okay. So floor is open. You may have had thoughts. I've asked the scores to be posted again, and 10 minutes. Clock is ticking. Anybody?
Okay, Carol, if I may, I mean, I actually agree with the consideration on having a meeting next week to discuss, I mean, integration of PNIF and also the proposal from Henriette, and also because I know that there are some overlap in between these three proposals. But at the same time, I think it's important also to understand if the direction that came us from the poll is the right one, because there are only 23 MAG members that have participated to the votation, so maybe there could be other direction. And I have also one comment I didn't have the opportunity to express before, related to the policy network on meaningful accesses. I mean, this is a great proposal, I mean, that came out, that was shared, but if I may suggest, or maybe it should have, as this is the 4th year, a broader context. Maybe it should consider also the possibility to relate meaningful access with the digital public infrastructure. That also is an important point to express, I mean, a meaningful access. So these are my two concerns that in some way are suggesting to have another doodle poll with hoping that all the MAG members could participate it.
Okay, yes. Thanks, Titi. Okay, I see Adam's comment. But the general thought, Adam, and I think Chris made this point as well, is that if you do the poll, there would be people voting that were not part of the discussions. We're not sure if they would have even read the proposals. At least here, the proposals were presented. So I think that's why persons are a bit not sure to go to the doodle poll. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks, Carol. Yeah, and a bit on Adam's point as well. I mean, I think, and I take the point polls can be indicative. I think this one isn't necessarily indicative, just because, as we all noted, it didn't have a very wide selection of MAG members voting. We're not entirely clear who was voting anyway. So I would certainly leave that poll aside at this point, and maybe polling is not the best way. I mean, I was going back through the PNMA proposal as well, and it's also focused on GDC implementation in some ways. So I sort of am left thinking we have at least 3 different proposals which are kind of in various ways focused on GDC implementation, and it may not be something we can resolve on this call today, but that seems potentially problematic to me, partly because it seems like the IGF itself is a little flailing around in terms of how to respond to the GDC, but also because we likely end up with some duplication of work, which is not ideal with the limited time and resources that we have, and that all of these elements do need to feed into each other. As we noted before, the DCs and the NRIs both sort of collectively are using this year to look at aspects relating to the GDC and implementation of that. So yeah, we need these different elements of the IGF ecosystem to work together. That's going to take a fair bit of work, but it needs to be work that is sort of coordinated towards a common goal. And particularly that common goal needs to be showing that the IGF knows what it's doing as we go into the WSIS review, and we can show the value of this community and this forum in carrying this work forward. So I'm sorry, I'm not sure that's where that leaves us. As I say, I think the poll is probably not something we should return to. I think it's was a worthy experiment, but I'm not sure it gave us what we hoped for from it. But I do think we need to have a bit of a discussion as to how we align what are several different proposals regarding IGF and GDC. Thanks.
I don't know. I think the poll really reflected what persons were thinking. So I don't think we should just toss it straight out, but it gives you an idea of what people are thinking. I'm Rita, and then Tamia.
Thank you, Carol. I do agree the poll is indicative, and I also do agree that many of the MAG members were not there to poll. However, the proposals had been shared in advance, and I guess as MAG members, we are supposed to go through the proposals. That's one thing. Perhaps what could be done is send a message to all the MAG members that there would be a poll on these issues, that there are 4 slots, or for 4 slots where consultants can be supported and 1 where consultant cannot be supported, or if a consultant is supported, the resources from somewhere else, of say for example travel of some fellow would have to be, what is the trade-off if it is there. And I think tell everyone that there would be a poll or something that you have to show your opinion, so that at least there is information in advance that people do have to kind of agree, disagree on certain things. You can't keep it indefinitely because it is June. Similarly, it goes to the same argument that if we have to decide on the themes, there are some less than 50% of the MAG members, unfortunately, due to time change or whatever, everyone has their work. Would we not agree on the themes and sub-themes? So we have to draw a line also somewhere, I think. So I don't know what is the ideal situation, but I think we also have to decide upon things. And what should be the timelines? Perhaps it should be informed clearly.
Good point, Amrita. Thank you. Tamia?
Thank you, Chair, and my apologies not to be able to turn on my camera for a little while here. I've had some time over the lunch break to go through the proposals again and reflect a little bit on our predicament here. I think it's nice to have the poll. Thank you for the Secretariat to do it, and also thank you to all the MAG members who voted on it. I think the poll is indicative of what issues the group here feels are important to the IGF. I think that is a great tool for that, to take people's pulse on what issues are important and what we should consider as part of our year-long work. I am a little bit unconvinced that a dedicated working group on IGF and GDC or dedicated intersessional work on IGF and GDC is what we need. I think, as Chris said, the IGF's contributions to the GDC has been highlighted through several of these proposals, has been highlighted by the DCs. It is something that we all want to focus on throughout this year. So I sort of wonder whether the best way of articulating the IGF's role in the actual GDC implementation process, and in the same note, the implementation process of the WSIS Plus 20 outcomes when they will arrive, is a best practice forum or a policy network that writes a report on how the IGF should or could do something to implement this, as opposed to having an entire work stream that we do anyway to actually demonstrate what we and members of the community are doing to already implement what is being asked of us to implement in the GDC. So what I'm trying to say is I am not sure that we need a dedicated working group or a dedicated policy network to write a report on this, but rather I would see this as being a recurring permanent theme of the IGF to which we all contribute to, and ideally could be led by the MAG or by the Secretariat or jointly. But I don't know if we actually necessarily need a working group for this. We can all get together, figure out how this would look like, and actually do it already for June and later on, instead of having a working group that works for a year on a report that would say how we are going to do it in the future. I think it's more impactful if we actually demonstrate this, and perhaps this would solve our predicament in which working groups to select. But this is just one person's opinion, of course.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have 3 persons in the queue. I think it's only 3. Yes, and we will stop at Christine. Go ahead, Jennifer, then Cheryl, then Christine.
Thank you, Carol. This is Jen for the record. I am liking what Tamia is proposing, and then separately, I was thinking a bit more about our discussion before the break. I do recall that Flavio and Henriette, and actually when Henriette presented the proposal, she mentioned that there is an element of coordination, quite a high degree of coordination, because there are so many different intersessional work that is already looking at GDC implementation aside from all the proposals we're looking at. So I am liking Tamia's proposal for a more permanent kind of track. It does require us definite coordination aspects. So perhaps that resides in the Secretariat, perhaps that resides on certain MAG members, but I would like us to focus when we're looking at a resourcing standpoint for the BPFs and intersessional work, if it can be, if we're looking at topical things, that it's not completely overlapping. And then if we take out GDC implementation and the bigger overarching concerns that we have, we highlight the different parts of the intersessional work that is working on this. For example, if the NRIs are working on certain parts of the GDC implementation, that's highlighted in this work track. If the DCs, the same thing, parts of the MAG working groups on strategy will have a lot to contribute there, as well as the PN. I don't know which PNs we've decided on, but there seems to be quite a lot concentrated. And I think that would be more valuable for us to highlight these things that are already happening in our network and in our intersessional work than try to like spin up something, as Tamia said, and write a report at the end of this year. Thanks.
Thanks, Jennifer. Cheryl?
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Chair. I don't think I've introduced myself formally on the call yet. Cheryl Miller. I'm currently with the U.S. Council for International Business, former MAG member, I think back in the 2014, 2016 years, and appreciate being able to contribute to the discussion. I do agree with Tamea. I think that there, it's already been said, there are a lot of different areas where we're looking at the GDC. To Chris's point, to have an additional or a separate call to get some folks together, to put their heads together to think about IGF GDC, I don't think is a bad idea at all. I think we need to keep having those discussions. And I think we need to be a little bit more proactive and understand what it is that we want, offering concrete examples. So it's my understanding that there's a consultation coming up February 18th. Perhaps a group of us can figure out, okay, well, are there some points related to the IGF that we really want to echo with respect to how some of the work moves forward? Now, the work they'll discuss is the AI Scientific Panel and the AI Global Dialogue, but maybe we have some thoughts with respect to how that global dialogue is at IGF. So anyway, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Christine.
Hi, Carol. This is Christina Alida, speaking on behalf of the Egyptian government as a former host. And appreciate the opportunity to make my comments. I actually agree with Tamea and with Jennifer. I think that every single component of the IGF, be it the DCs, the NRIs, the different PNs, everyone is putting something into the implementation of the GDC somewhere. So, and wisdom in the strategy working group, I believe what we need at this stage, given the very limited time and resource we have, is to actually aggregate what we have at hand. And my view is in a very good position to do that and to concentrate and gather what is happening elsewhere in the ecosystem of the IGF and within the community, and put something forward to the MAG. So I do agree with Timmy. I'm not sure we really need some dedicated consultancy in that area. Thank you so much.
Shanghai.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Chair. I don't know whether or not it will help or not, but just listening to what people have been saying, after each meeting, we do have a consultant that does the proceedings, like we did in Kyoto, etc., and also consolidates all the reports. So would it be something that if we ask all the various streams to take out of their reports what they're doing towards the GDC and the WSIS plus 20. And then at the end, the consultant can consolidate those into a separate section of the reports that we do. So it's not a consultant throughout the year, but they will do that as a function of their writing their reports for the end of the annual meeting, etc.
Okay, so a question is then, are we going to, based on what you've said, Shanghai, are we going to remove the group on IGF and digital cooperation, and then leave the others, and then have the consultant?
So this is another proposal. It's another wild proposal. Remove the group on digital cooperation, leave the others, ask all the various work streams, DCs, everybody else to make sure that when they write their reports, they do have a section on that at the end can be consolidated into, at the end of one of our reports or as a single document that we could use going forward. This is just very rough. I just came up with it in the last 3 minutes. Yeah.
I think I like this. Is it possible if we're asking the groups to give us an interim report for June? Will there be sufficient time for a consultant to do something, or are we just talking end of the year? That's just a question.
No, in June as well, because in June, the consultant has to do the IGF 2025 report, right, for the meeting, for the Oslo meeting. So we do have the, the Oslo messages are going to be there. So as another section, we have the Oslo messages, and then as another section, we can have that. And also have a revision at the end in December as well, because we are going to have the intersessional work that is going to continue, which has to be published in some form in December. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to put to the floor, and this is for MAG members only, that we go with the consultant to consolidate and PNAI, PNIF, the BPF, and the PNMA all stand. And we have the additional consultant to do the consolidation. If you are in agreement with this, please put a +1, MAG members only. Please put a +1 in the chat. I think we have a consensus. Well done. Thank you very much, everybody. So that's been resolved. So we have PNAI, PNIF, BP. Oh, this is going to be a long one. BP, SAIPC, and PNMA with a consultant to consolidate. All groups must ensure that they show clearly what their contribution is to GDC and WSIS. Thank you very much. Moving on, you could show some hand claps going up in the air, I think. Okay, so moving on to more serious business here. So we're going to look at the overarching theme and sub-themes from the host. And if we can post them in the chat, and we will open the discussions on this. And keep in mind the conversations that we had yesterday from the open consultation. Secretariat? Or we
Yes,
can share
thank
the
you.
screen and show it. Yes, I
Yes,
think
I'll
probably.
share the screen, but in the
Yes,
meantime, I
that's
also
better.
posted the
Yeah.
link in the chat. I'll be back
Yes.
in a second.
It's Clara. Okay, so let's start discussion on the overarching theme. So hand shows. Anybody wants to discuss? Jimson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And greetings again, everybody. This is Jameson Olufwe. First and foremost, again, I would like to really commend our host, Ole and team, for the great job they've done. It's great analytic work they've really done. But as I said in some of the email exchanges, that we need to tie what we do to the SDG, which they've done pretty well, actually. But just a question of tweaking maybe one word in particular. We've been using building, but I feel strongly, though subject to everybody's feedback as well, that perhaps if we use fostering, which is a language used in GDC, will give us another flavor for this overarching thing, fostering digital governance together. This really captured the GDC perspective, so well, and the analysis is clear as it links to the WSIS, links to the GDC and Sustainable Development Goal. In particular, the WSIS itself, this encapsulates the WSIS, so to speak, that we should all be involved, all stakeholders. We've had cases whereby there is argument for multilateralism. So saying that together underscore the fact that all stakeholders must work in this regard. And I think that we should still have some of the thematic sessions, thematic topics, sub-themes, still make some sense. But in this regard, looking at maybe we can have three sub-themes, combining 1, 4, and 5, combining 1, 4, and 5, then retaining 2 and 3. I did a thorough check of those GDC objective mentioned and the WSIS action line, and they really fit very well. They really feel the hosts have done a great background job on this. So looking at 3 sub-themes, 1, 4, and 5 combined, then you have 2 and 3 being on their own, so to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we remember to keep to the interventions or the to 2 minutes? Thank you. Oh, sorry, Lito, go ahead.
Thank you, Carol. Yes, I will like to say that I very much support the current or the proposed overarching theme, as well as the 5 sub-themes as they are. They are short, they are to the point, and they cover and relate to other works like the GDC, WISIS, etc. And I don't think we need to shorten the number from 5 to whatever, because we have had at some point 8, 7, 6 sub-themes. So I don't see the need to merge any of this. I think they cover a good amount of potential topics that will be proposed. So I will stay with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Lito. Amrita?
I think Juan is before me, Carol.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see you, Juan. Sorry, my apologies. Go ahead, Juan.
Okay, thank you. No, I just want to explain the rationale. I made a proposal through the email because I didn't have connection yesterday. Can you hear me now? Because I'm having connectivity. Can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you, Juan. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to explain the rationale for the MAG to decide. My idea is that this is a special year. It's not like other years. This is a year in which the global governance ecosystem for digital issues are being either redefined or even in construction with the new top office and so that. And that includes the role that the IGF will have in the case that it is renewed. So with that in mind, I think that the overarching theme suggested by the host country is perfect, I think, because building digital governance is what is going on this year. And together, it mentions that everybody has to be involved. But I think that we should because you know that the IGF is not very well recognized in some places. And I think that the global IGF, the annual meeting, is a good moment to try to advertise in a way what role should the IGF should have in that governance framework, global governance framework of the digital world that is being created this year. So either through qualifying, I made a suggestion to qualify the overarching theme, or maybe through the sub-themes. My suggestion is to, in a way, frame that in order to steer the conversation in that direction. What I mean by that? What I mean by that is that, of course, all we in the MAG know the value of the IGF, and we constantly are saying that to our colleagues. For instance, myself here in my area of influence, and you in yours. But I think it will be very good if we, through the overarching theme or through the sub-themes, that we encourage that the workshop submissions will go in that direction, so that we will have people, not only us, but other people telling what they think is the role of the IGF in this global governance scheme. And so, well, I will stop there because I don't want to take more time, but I think you get the idea. I'm open to suggestions on how to do that, but I think that we should not be like every year that we put subjects. You know, we are talking about inclusion many times, we're talking about rights many times, cybersecurity many times. I think that this year we should focus more in process than in the objectives. Of course, the process is to achieve these objectives, of course, but well, I leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Teresa Swana?
Yes. Thank you very much, and for allowing me to speak. Teresa Swinehart with ICANN, former member of the MAG. I just wanted to, it's coincidental that Juan was speaking before me, but very much like the overarching theme and the building the digital governance together. And as has been noted, the this IGF in particular is just different than past ones. It's been 20 years, we're taking a look at it. And so I think figuring out how to build in the governance aspect, what is a good IGF in the future, a demonstration of how it's been successful also in the past, and perhaps figuring out how to integrate both the conversation of the future and the governance of the future and the governance and the what is going to be a stable and ongoing IGF in the context also of in these themes that have been listed, and I very much like how they've been framed, where we've seen input not only by the NRIs, but also by IGF in past discussions, other forums. So we're facilitating a conversation that shows that these dialogues really do result in informing other discussions or informing participants. But I think figuring out how to weave the governance aspect of the overarching theme of building digital governance together would be very nice to figure out how to weave in and re-strengthen as part of our governance and what the strategy group is focused in on. So just a suggestion, but very much like the way it's been framed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm not sure what's going on with my hand raising, but it seems like newer persons are being added to the front of my queue. So Amrita.
Thanks so much, Carol. And as I mentioned in the chat, I do like the overarching theme which the host has suggested. If we want to explain it a bit more, because all of us, any kind of theme which is actually written would be interpreted by each person in their own way. So the only way what we could do is, we may have an overarching theme, we can have a 2 or 3 lines written what we as MAG or the IGF feel is what we mean by this line. So I think that could help to reduce any kind of, I would say, give a better perspective to people on what it is. In terms of the theme, the sub-themes which could be there, I could live with most of it. But one thing we also have to kind of think of is, yes, we need to be strategic with the WSIS plus 20 review. We also need to think of what would attract the countries or the people who do not come to the IGF. If we, what would attract them to kind of come to IGF and be involved in it. So I don't know, it's a tricky thing to do, but I can live with any suggestions in terms of the themes or how we want to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anne Rochelle.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good day, everybody. I think Raul was before me, was he? Raul?
No, something's wrong with my
No problem.
with the hands. So it was yourself, Amrita, and then Raul came up afterwards. So go ahead, Anne Rochelle.
Okay. Well, so I actually do like the theme. Now, on the IGF public mag list, Michael Elishabo actually made a small tweak to the header, saying IGF at 20 column, 2 decades of building digital governance together. And I kind of liked that because I thought, it reminds everybody that, yes, the IGF has been around for the past 20 years. It's a year of renewal. It's part of the building the digital governance together that we all hope for and that we're striving to do actually on a daily basis. And it will also help in terms of, making sure that it probably drives the conversation. Oh, the IGF has been around this long. And as some of us said, what have you been doing? And it's a place to not only showcase what has happened, but the reasons why it should also go on, maybe for the next 20 years or more, So for the rest, I think we can tweak the sub-themes as we wish, like them also. There may be like one or two that can be put together, but as a header, I really like the fact that we recall a little bit what has been happening and the reasons why IGF has been around. Thank you very much, Carol.
Thank you. Very good point. Raul?
Thank you, Carol. I'm fine with the overarching theme as proposed, and I like very much the suggestions from Rachel. I think that the proposal came from other person, but I don't remember from whom. My comment is with the sub themes. I think that all of them are fine, but I think that we are missing the point of that is the ultimate goal of everything we do. That is that digital development impacting the life of the people, of all the people in the world. So I think that we are missing the component of development, and the only part that we are speaking about development is in the sub-theme 5, but is also related with sustainability. I think that the focus is put on sustainability rather than in development. So I think that we need, I'm just speaking about the concept, not proposing a concrete language, but we need something like fostering digital policies that pave the way to improve the life of the people in the world, all the people in the world, something like that, as a sub-theme. It could be, the concept could be introduced, could be added to some of the already proposed sub-themes or adding a new one, but we need to include the perspective of improving the life of the people through the digital development. Thank you.
Okay, I'd just like to add a comment. I like the IGF at 20. So my suggestion or my contribution would be IGF at 20, shaping digital governance together. Well, I don't want to use building because we used building last year. So I like the IGF at 20 because it points at this is our 20th year. But I think we need to use a term that shows that we're at 20, but we're still doing something. I would take out the 2 decades of shaping. I would just say IGF at 20, or we could say still shaping digital governance together. I don't know. I would take out the 2 decades out. That's my contribution. Henriette, good. Yeah, Henriette, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Carol. I just want to comment on the discussion about themes. And I think that we are in the WSIS renewal phase. That's very important. And I think that's why it's important that the intersessional modalities address that. But we are also organizing an event that we want to be very interesting and attractive to everyone. And I think our IGF is not about the IGF. Our IGF is about sustainable progress, digital rights, responsible innovation, and trust. So I think let's just keep that in mind. We're at a juncture at the moment where digital is full of incredible challenges. We have the AI revolution. We have the China-US geopolitical conflict. We have the big tech companies rapidly changing their approach to human rights. We have developing countries who are remaining behind, as Raul was just saying. This is what the IGF needs to address. So I'm not saying let's not remind the world that we've been doing great stuff for 20 years, but let's not organize a conference about the IGF. Let's organize a conference about those very relevant thematic issues that have been proposed.
Thanks, you, Gonella. Thank you, Gonella. Good points too. Gonella?
Yes, thank you very much, Carol. And as it so happens, I
I agree wholeheartedly with Henriette's just recent intervention. We do need to look outwardly as well as obviously we're very concerned about IGF, WSIS, GDC, but to ensure that we are reflecting what is actually happening out in the world. And so I'm just thinking that we could have, and I also just wanted to refer back to the original WSIS statement, which talked about establishing the foundations for an information society for all, reflecting all the different interests at stake. So that seems to me to be one of the foundations. And with the current issues we have in the world, I'm looking at, well, a couple of options. One is looking at something about our common humanity and how that reflects in the digital space. I also liked Chris's suggestion about building multi-stakeholder digital future, because I think we really need to look forwards into the future. So rather than using the word building, because we constantly building, maybe our multi-stakeholder digital future, or using the words our common humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Carol. I agree with a lot of what the MAG colleagues have already proposed. I'm not going to touch so much on the overarching theme because I feel like we're coming together on the words already, and I really do like that we're looking forward as well. What I really want to suggest, something more concrete, is looking at, I think there's some talk on the chat, Chris and others have mentioned, if we can scroll up slightly to see all of, oh, actually I can see all of them. I think I mentioned this yesterday as well, but a way to include, I guess I'm going to call it a 3+1 suggestion, keeping the first 3 sub-themes, but folding in the 5th one into the second one, because sustainable progress, you can't talk about responsible innovation without that. And a lot of the sub-themes, like I guess the topical parts of the sub-themes, they are cross-cutting, and they do appear in a lot of it. If we shift around the ties to the different GDC outputs and the WSIS action lines, I think it's really important. And so for the 4th one, instead of digital rights, which should actually also be cross-cutting over the first 3, we can look at digital cooperation to include parts that we want to talk about regarding the governance, regarding forward-looking, regarding, I guess, what we talked about earlier, when we're trying to look at tying together all the parts of the GDC implementation and WSIS Plus 20 inputs, all of the IGF community as a whole, having that as the sort of the 3+1, the +1 mini track or a permanent track of what we're trying to really highlight here. I think Chris really hit it on the nail, the nail on the head in chat, saying, we do need to look at that, but we can't have that be the entire agenda of IGF 2025. And I think I hear from other MAG colleagues, they feel the same way. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamia.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanting to come in and sort of reiterate what most of what I said yesterday already on this topic as well, and just to give my wholehearted support to what Jennifer just presented, because it was a lot of what I also wanted to say. 2 elements that I really want to highlight that I think we should think of. The issue of digital cooperation. We already see this being very, very high up on government's interest for the IGF. We saw their contributions to the thematic inputs consultation. Clearly, governments want us to discuss digital cooperation. So if we are looking into making sure that government participation is high on the IGF in 2025, perhaps should make all the opportunities for that to happen. Also, we've just decided that we want to pull out the IGF's contributions to the GDC. We will have conversations at the IGF on WSIS. The co-facilitators hopefully will be there. They will be invited. So I think it's parts of this track are already building organically. So we should highlight digital cooperation as one of the sub-themes. It shouldn't take over the entire IGF, but since we are working on this already proactively, I think it makes sense, and it would also help coordination throughout the community, throughout the sessions that the various intersessional teams are planning, to make sure digital cooperation is one of our themes. So I support that +1 theme of adding digital cooperation. The other thing is, I agree very, very much with what Jennifer has said about cross-cutting themes. I think sustainability goes very well with the innovation and responsible innovation team, and I do feel strongly that digital rights ought to be discussed under each of these teams, as they are a very important facet of all of those discussions and shouldn't be marginalized into just one track. So that's all, and thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you. I just want to add the previous contribution. Yeah, I also think that these teams are excellent in many ways, but the challenge is that at times, if they are simplistically taken as they are, like universal access, I'm not sure if that will adequately cover some of the evolution that we've experienced within the digital economy and society. For instance, we know that now very fewer and fewer communities still lack access, but the challenge is that the digital divides have changed to a higher level divides. So I'm not sure whether only universal access will be adequate, or there must be universal access and bridging other forms of digital divide, or universal access and meaningful connectivity. I'm not sure to what extent that is encompassing.
Amrita?
Thank you, Carol. Just to respond to Jonathan. Jonathan, I think if we decide upon some sub-themes, if it's, say, for example, universal access, as Adam was mentioning in, more elaborately, while I just elucidated to it, is that there could be a note or a chapeau which explains what we mean by the access. There are various facets of access. There are various issues which is coming up in different countries in different ways, developing countries, developed countries, etc., which could be explained so that people who are making submissions of workshops could actually think of it. And I do agree with Henriette that, topics which are very crucial strategically for the IGF could be discussed as main sessions. But we also need to look at topics which are of importance to most of the people in the globe, and perhaps focus on those issues, which would perhaps be more value adding, show IGF in a more value adding, as a platform which adds value to these discussions.
Okay. So I suppose, looking at the chat and the conversations that have gone on, how do you use things that are of high interest, which we saw with the call for themes, such as, you had specifically AI and cybersecurity. Those are things that are quite clear or blatant in the sub-themes that we have here. But of course, every year we do put an explanation with each one. So my question is, are we asking that we be more specific about things that interest the communities within the themes, or do we just put the things of interest under each sub-theme? Because as Tamia also said, you have a lot of cross-cutting ideas. So it could be handled in the discussion. So do we want it to be blatant in the heading in case persons are only giving headings? Or do we want to say, okay, let's keep that heading nice and short, and then we have the chapeau? Go ahead, Ole. Martin.
Hi there. Just some short comments there, and support Henriette, and it's important that we don't have the IGF, or it's not about IGF. The IGF, so we have to be, or at least that's my point of view, we have to be focused on the others outside of our community when we're arranging this. And in the IGF at 20, I just wanted to draw attention to the logo, because the logo for Oslo is IGF 20 and 25. So we already have the 20 in the logo. So if you have IGF at 20 with the logo, it will be a lot of 20s and 25 there. Thank you.
Zena? Oh, sorry, Juan and Zena.
Thank you. Sorry for taking the floor again, but I placed in the chat and also in the group on WhatsApp a suggestion of 3 sub-themes that, in my view, it can cover all the issues that are mentioned. Because if we go issue by issue, then the list will be big. So by putting, in divides, this include inclusion and many of the other divides that we have in the digital world. By ensuring trust, well, that's already like the original. And the other final one that was mentioned, I think was by Timia or Arida, it was the fostering global cooperation that also was mentioned by Jameson. So I just want to point that out, and please, if it can be written into the paper that is in the screen, so everybody can see it and discuss it.
Zena?
Yes, hello, Carol. I just would like to, I don't like to repeat, but actually we should take into consideration whatever we received from the call for topics and issues and make sure that they can fit within these sub-themes that we are discussing here. We need to do this like mapping to ensure that what the people proposed to us is taken into account.
I agree with that. I think the host country had originally included the themes that would, the topics that would go under each theme, as well as they went through the process of adding the WSIS and the GDC references as well. And these will be repeated in the little blurb we will have under each one of those. I just need to comment on something that Ole Martin said, and I suppose I might be slow, but it just clicked why you have the 20 and the 2025 separated in the logo. So that is cute. However, it had to be explained, at least to me. I just thought it was 2025. But I would also like to highlight that we should be proud, and it is a milestone for us. And I think that we should keep the continuation of, hey, we've been at this for 20 years. We know what we're doing and we're getting better. So I don't think it's a takeaway putting the 20 there. Desiree?
Thank you, Carol, for finding that unmute button.
just would first like to agree with these themes here and adding digital cooperation with rights cross-cutting. But I think something that Henriette said that made me think, and you, Carol, about shaping answers, that, you know, this event as a flagship event, the flagship UN event, need to tell the world that we are trying to find answers to these digital policies. So I was going to put maybe a couple of suggestions for the overall title and try not to make it too long, but I think it encaptures some of the things, and that would be to say shaping answers to digital policies on inclusive and resilient governance institutions beyond 2030. I'd really like to focus a little bit on future, what's beyond, and that we are doing an effort of not just doing the IGF and discussing relevant policies, but we are bringing in and working on this global cooperation. Or to say something like building inclusive and resilient governance, shaping the future of global cooperation. For me, it would be attractive to think as an outsider, to think also to know that, you know, these institutions need to come together. There is a talk about global cooperation, and IGF is taking a lead on it. Thank you.
Okay, so for the next, say 10 to 15 minutes, let's just focus on the overarching theme, and then we will move to each one of the proposed sub-themes. Okay, so right up and now, we are looking at the overarching theme only. Overarching theme only. Let's keep our comments to that only. Go ahead, Raul.
No, sorry, Carlos. If you will focus on the overarching theme, I will speak later.
Okay, overarching only, and then we'll go to the others. Jimson, then Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Well, following our very robust discussions, I think there is value in recognizing that we are the 20th edition, and that is a major, major milestone. So I agree with what's been proposed in terms of IGF at 20, shaping digital governance together. So I will drop my proposal and actually support that. Thank you.
Chris?
Oh, there I am. Yeah, I guess I just wanted to say the overarching theme is important, but we should understand what its importance is. It's not going to shape the proposals that people put in for workshops and other sessions. People have their own interests and concerns and issues that they want to talk about. It's much more a tagline and an advertisement for the conference. So I think we need to think about it in those contexts of what do we want to say about the IGF this year to the outside world. And I mean, in that sense, I actually quite like the original theme that our hosts have given us. Happy to keep workshopping that, but I do think we want to make sure we don't get too sidetracked in thinking that the overarching theme will have some impact that it won't have in terms of, yeah, what people actually put in and want to see at the conference itself.
That's a good point. So what is our primary offering? What is it we're going to use to attract persons? to say, hey, this is something I want to be a part of. Charles?
Thank you, Carol, and thanks everyone. Everyone had one valid point, I'm sure. Regarding the team, I was thinking, to be honest, after hearing many, and some mentioned in the comment, maybe it doesn't show the future even. So maybe something to say, transforming internet governance to digital, internet to digital governance, to show that we want to continue now to be more on digital in general, not only internet. Just an idea I had, and I'd like to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolina or Carolina?
Hi, thank you, Chair. Hi, everyone. I would like to sort of stress something about the IGF that we need to sort of keep on rethinking. And the IGF is not just about bringing and solving problems. We have to address those problems. But I think that in the context of a highly geopolitical world, highly polarized, rising authoritarianism, from all kinds of political regimes and the kind of figures that we are seeing that are leading the world, both in the technology and in the governmental side, I do think that there's so much value in still addressing the core values and principles of a space that attends to democratic debate, open debate, honest debate. And this maybe echoes a bit of what Juan was mentioning some minutes ago already about process. I mean, no one is really interested about just process, and we've seen the flaws around concentrating too much around process and not about outputs and outcomes in the IGF. But I think that we need to sort of garner something, strike a balance between a substantive input to real issues that people face. But I think that we also, as and not just as civil society, I'm a scholar and I represent civil society in this space, but as a stakeholder group. But I do think that civic space has been shrinking dramatically, and this and the IGF is an opportunity to sort of really warn everyone about the need to sort of open up the spaces for real, meaningful multi-stakeholder participation, listening, and active participation. Thank you. I'm sorry, I really sort of like, and echoing Chris, I mean, I just don't mind too much which of the options are there. I like the host country's opinion proposal, and I also echo Charles's idea about the future that is also essential to sort of flag.
Right. I don't know, from what Carolina said, I think maybe addressing is also an adjective we could throw in there. I'm also hearing that maybe it's beyond just digital governance. So what do you want to say? All things digital. We don't have to be so stodgy with our with our title. You know, we could make it snappy enough to attract persons to say, hey, what's that all about? Let me take part. So I think addressing is another word we can use. Some people might be not so interested in what's this word governance. So maybe we might want to find another word for governance. That's just my opinion. Anybody else? 5 more minutes and then we'll just go through deciding which one we want. Let's try to come up with titles now. Okay, thanks. Okay, Teresa Suena.
Yes, thank you so much again, and I think this has been a really helpful discussion. And one of the points I'm hearing is the underlying point about, and again, I very much like the overarching theme. I very much, given it's been 20 years, that reflecting the opportunities about how these different governance models, how the IGF has served a purpose in this is something that would be good to weave into it. I think I'd commented earlier on that and could be integrated then into some of the sub-themes. So I'm wondering whether we try to keep the overarching theme with maybe some refinements or something like that to reflect the 20 years or the 2 decades. I thought there was some proposals earlier that did that very nicely. And then as we look at some of the suggestions that came on how one might drill down, we actually look at those as maybe some of the sessions that could be proposed or some of the themes that could be put in under some of the sub-themes around that. So I know we've spent quite a bit of time on this and appreciate that. I think there's value in reflecting digital governance or some variation of that, given that it is 20 years, and a fundamental issue of the dialogue this year is also, the underlying, how do we continue the IGF in a way that contributes to digital governance together with everybody else? So just my observations.
Okay, thank you. So Secretary, can we just zoom in on the meeting overarching theme suggestions, and we'll focus on eliminations, I suppose. And Chris will be the last comment, and then we'll go with eliminations. Go ahead, Chris.
I just wanted to mention what I said in the chat because it was pointed out to me that I can't, it needs to be said out loud to be included, that under the sub-themes we currently have, they're building digital trust. And yesterday it was mentioned by someone, I'm not sure who, and it may have been a non-MAG member, that digital trust and resilience would be useful to have in there. And I think that made a lot of sense.
Chris, I'm gonna stop you right there. Remember, we're on the overarching only, please.
That's
save
fine.
that thought. Save that thought, please. Thank you. Okay, so let's do eliminations. What do we do? +1, -1. So fostering digital governance. Oh, sorry, the first leaving as is, building digital governance together. So you could put a +1 or a -1 in the chat. MAG members only. Okay, so float that one to the top, that stays. Fostering digital governance together, -1 or +1. We're now on fostering digital governance together. Okay, let's eliminate that one. IGF at 20, 2 decades of building digital governance together. Okay, so that's elimination there. Eliminate that one. IGF at 20, shaping digital governance together. Okay, that's a big if. So we'll leave it in. Mixed reviews on that. And then the last one, from internet to digital governance. Okay, so final 10-minute discussion on these 2 topics. Go. only on overarching theme. I think I'll give it to the co-host since this is theirs. So I would ask them to give us their thoughts behind this topic. This wording. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I can do that again. Yeah. Well, the thoughts about it. It's we've tried to make something that was more easily understood by others outside our community, and that would engage more, and that would be easier to get a high level attendance and get more media coverage than the IGF has had before, making a more focused and coherent narrative about digital governance and the whole processes, and also signaling that togetherness is not just the multi-stakeholder, but also the all other bodies that do this and all other activities around digital governance and also the AI and everything. That being said, building, shaping, I think we're happy with both of them. So I think from the host country's side here, so we'll be happy with both of these two alternatives.
Okay, looking at the chat, most want to drop the IGF at 20 and then just decide between shaping, digital governance, and building. The only reason I chose shaping over building is that we used building last year. Okay, so this is your final vote. So +1 if it's building digital governance together, -1 if you don't want that one, and that will decide, I suppose. So building digital governance together. Okay, can somebody count for me? Are we at a tie? Ah, no. Looks like building is stronger than shaping. Okay. Somebody's asked for a poll. The hands up saying that we want a poll. Okay, so hands up saying that we are approving. Go ahead, Raul.
I don't know. You were going to say that what we approved. Maybe I don't need to speak.
No. Everybody is saying that they like building because it is a stronger word.
Yes, I think that is the proposal from the host country. I understand that we cannot accept that proposal if we will say something very different, but both are very similar. So I don't see the need to not accept the proposal from the host. So I think that this is why I'm in favor for the two reasons: because building is stronger, because it's the proposal that was made by the host country.
Okay, so now in the chat, we're having a big discussion on building and shaping. So maybe we do need to put the poll so we can be clear on the count. Sorry, Zaina, Cheryl, and then Paul.
Yes, just to say that in my understanding, when we say building, it's like we're starting from the basis, from scratch. Is it the case with the digital governance? I don't think it's it's good to say building as if we weren't doing anything before. That's why I prefer shaping. Thank you.
Cheryl, and that's the last hand.
Thank you. I think both are okay. Originally I thought shaping. I was agreeing with you, Carol, because I thought not to use the same word. But what we are doing is building, and it doesn't mean that we're starting from scratch, but I think we are consistently and constantly building. I think it is a stronger word, and I do think the host put a lot of work into getting this document into a point where we could have a great discussion. And so I support building.
Oh gosh. I don't even know what to say. Okay, let's put a poll. Oh, okay, Tamia. Really, last one, Tamia.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to reiterate that what many have said in the chat, that I think the original proposal by our hosts is a very good one. With all the wordsmithing we did, I don't think we got to a position where the alternative is completely different or changes it much. So I would think accepting the original proposal from our hosts would be the way to go.
Building has it. So building digital governance together. Thank you very much. Okay, now moving to sub-themes. So thank you very much. We've selected building digital governance together. All right, so let's look at sub-theme number 1. Okay, first of all, let's decide if we're doing 3, 4, or 5 sub-themes. Looking at the chat, some persons want more, some people want less. Raul, go ahead.
I think that's I still keep my previous comment with regard to the lack of the perspective of development and accelerating development strategies, human, social, economic strategies based on the adoption of new technologies and digital transformation. So I think I'm okay with the digital trust, resilience, sustainable innovation, but we are missing the perspective of that we need a good governance, and this is why I say, Jimson, that it's not contradictory with what you say, because we need the appropriate governance to ensure that the digital policies that are developed go in the right direction to impact in a positive manner in the life of everybody in the world. So I don't know how to. I'm not proposing a concrete wording. If needed, I can do it, but I just the conceptual comment.
Thank you, Raul. So we're deciding right up and now whether or not we're going to do how many sub-themes we're going to have. So that's what's on the floor. On the floor is how many sub-themes, 3, 4, or 5. And then we will decide how we will structure depending on how many we've decided. Okay, so how many so if you want 3 or 4 or 5, put it in the chat. And this is MAG members only. Chris, 143. I think the consensus is 4. We have persons that say 4 to 5, some say 4 to 3, and a lot of people say 4. So we're going to look at 4 themes. Now let us address how these themes will look. Keeping in mind, we must keep in mind the what the community has indicated was their interest. I don't know if we want to look at the overall summary of that first and then come back to this. Secretariat, can we see the overall themes so we could look at the top ones to make sure that they're covered? No, I mean for call for thematic. Well, as IGF is looking for that, go ahead, Juan, and then Cheryl. Juan?
Was muted. No, I want the secretariat that my suggestion is in the bottom there, but I don't see the document now. I said that we had a discussion in the WhatsApp group, and we want to add a fourth sub-theme that I will read it. I also put it in the chat. The fourth will be strengthening responsible innovation. The rationale for our proposal is that there are short names that it can even be main sessions out of that names, and it has a verb in the beginning that it helps the understanding. Of course, the order can change, and the verb also can change. I leave it to you, but that's an initial proposal. Thank you. But well, I don't see it now. There's another thing in screen.
No, that's okay, Juan. We're just showing this one so that people could keep in mind what the community felt was key in their minds.
Okay.
So we tried to formulate.
I always explain that all those things that are there are covered in this proposal, because when we have responsible innovation, that is all the
Yeah, we
disruptive
understand
new.
that. We understand all of that. We just bring it up here so people can have in their minds what they're thinking about when we formulate the title. Okay, Cheryl, go ahead. Thank you, Juan.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I was just going to echo, I think that across those 4, and I know people might like certain words better than others, but across those 4, I do think they reflect all the calls for thematic input. And, they're only suggested, well, the percentages, they might be larger. I don't know how many people actually responded to the call for input or not, but I do think that will be the main flow of content throughout the conference. So I think we're on the right track.
I agree. If we go back to again to what the host said with regards to what falls under each one of their sub-themes, we realize that that they have captured quite a lot. Some things were missing. I think one that jumped out at me was capacity development. But the 5 themes presented by the host, I think, were quite accurate in what they presented. So if we're looking at 4 themes, do we see any combination anywhere where we could combine, and it's not a hard and fast rule, I suppose, at the end of the day. Celine, maybe you can copy the explanations for each one from the top into the bottom, or because I think we only merged one, right? I think we're missing a short break. So let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and look at this, because we only have half an hour in total left. So 5-minute quick break, and then we'll be back. Okay, welcome back, Secretariat. Thank you. Okay, I think when we first started discussing the overarching and sub-themes, we had the suggestion that we join sustainable and responsible innovation together. I think the best place is to start here to see whether or not we want to keep those two together. And if so, we may have the four sub-themes. So open for comments on what I've just said. I think, Chris, you had something to say earlier, sorry, and I cut you off. So we can launch with Chris. No, Chris is not back. Anybody then? Nobody? Okay, Lito, go ahead.
Thank you. Chris' suggestion was to add digital trust and resilience, which is already there in option 1. And
Okay.
I wanted to say that I think this option 1 is fine. Universal access and digital rights, as somebody asked, and finally digital cooperation. So I think this option 1 covers most everything. Thank you.
Sorry, Lito, are you saying number 3 to put in the digital rights there?
Yes, because
Okay.
somebody asked for
Okay.
that.
Cheryl?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think it is all there. I would just add, as someone who has had to put together proposals and try to sort of figure out what type of a workshop I would submit and where, just to remember that from a marketing perspective, as we're soliciting the calls for input, people will look to these different titles. So I do think it's important that we have digital rights somewhere. It's such an important issue. So I think it can go with universal access. I think the first one, digital trust and resilience, yes, it speaks to all the issues that flow underneath it. The word sustainability, pardon me, sustainable or sustainability is really important as we're thinking about the SDGs moving forward. The word responsible also very important. And so I do like the way option 1 right now is built. Thank you.
Yeah. Celine, can we just add capacity building under sustainable and responsible innovation? Amrita?
Thank you, Cheryl. Sorry, Carol. I kind of like option 1. I had a question. Isn't capacity building supposed to be everywhere? As in, if you're talking about digital trust and resilience, even there you need capacity building. If you're talking about digital rights, you need capacity building. As I understand. So isn't it something which should happen everywhere, or am I missing the point?
It should happen everywhere, but I don't think we want it to be assumed because people look at it and say, what happened to capacity building?
Yes, but it could be mentioned in the write-up, right? That we are talking about, it could also be capacity building the capacity of the masses to, how to build a trusted internet, for example, or anything for that matter. I think it goes across segments, not just in sustainable, unless it's something else we want to say.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest we put it in brackets and drop it in each one. We just don't want to miss it when we write the write-ups for each one. Okay, so Let's go back to the chat. +1 if you want option 1. MAG members only.
Can I take, sorry, can I take 2 more minutes?
I wish we could, but we're out of
Well,
time, really.
yes, but what we are deciding is important here.
It is also the next agenda item is important. But go ahead, Raul. That is Raul talking?
Yes.
I don't see a hand.
Yes.
Okay,
No, sorry.
go ahead. 2 minutes. Go ahead, Raul.
No. It's just to process the new text. So now it's sorry, may I?
Go ahead, Raul. 2
So
minutes.
economic issues and development is now under sustainable and responsible innovation, right?
Yes, you can do that there.
Oh, it's
You want to add that?
it's almost invisible.
Yeah, no. Well, all the little write-ups are small.
Yeah, but it is supposed that this is the objective of everything. That's development is the objective of everything.
It's their it's their 1, it's their number 2. Okay? And it's also in number 3. It's there in 2 and 3.
Chair, please. I think that we're not doing this the way it should be. Because there's another proposal.
I don't know who's talking. I don't know who's talking.
Is one. I had my
Oh,
hand
sorry.
raised.
Go ahead.
Okay, that I think that we should discuss this. This is very important vis-a-vis the other proposal. The other proposal covers, I think Raul made a very significant question here, and the answer is not quite sufficient. There's another proposal, but it's buried down in the screen. It cannot be there, and we should discuss this proposal vis-a-vis the other proposal we have been discussing in the group in WhatsApp, and of course it can be improved. And because there's many things here, for instance, the verb building is not the most appropriate for all of these topics. So
well,
maybe
let's focus 1. We're just looking at the topics. We have not discussed the complete titles. Okay, we're stepping through. We're stepping through. Okay, we're just stepping through.
Put the other proposal side by side with this, and we can discuss if it covers all the issues of that was sent in the consultations or not.
But
because, for instance,
if you look at the chat, most persons have agreed to option 1. So my first
because you didn't the other wasn't shown.
The
other was not shown. Maybe
No,
ask now for
one. Can you listen for 1 minute, please? Just like I've done with all the other things, I stepped through. So I would have asked option 1, then option 2, then option 3, then and persons would have voted. However, as soon as I got to option 1, everybody, the majority of the persons were +1. You understand the process? Just like all the other things, I stepped through asking, do you want this? Do you want that? Do you want the next? And we did, in one instance, we did eliminations. And in this instance, the people had a option or the opportunity to choose. So I was only at option 1, and the majority of the persons voted +1.
Well, I only hope that we devote enough time to discuss option 3. Thank you.
Well, okay, if we put option 3, I ask persons to put in a +1 or -1 to option 3.
But without discussing the merits?
Go ahead, Chris.
Thanks, Carol. And just to speak to Juan's point, and I think Juan, I said in the chat earlier, I do quite like option 3, and I think it's sort of it's well structured as well. But I like option 1 in terms of it's working with the framework that the host country developed, and I appreciate the work that went into that, and I think it now covers everything that it needs to with the work that we've done on it today. So I still feel like option 1 is probably a preference, even though I see value in option 3 as well.
Cheryl?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Chris, and also when I look at option 3, it is option 1. I mean, I think option 1 we've fleshed out a little bit, but I see the digital divide issue there. I see the trust issue. I see the global cooperation, and I also see the responsible innovation. And so I'm leaning in on option 1 because of the conversation we've had and the way it's fleshed out. And so I hope that that's helpful. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, so looking at what Amrit is saying, the final wording, we were just looking at the options and the content, and as Cheryl says, the content is really reflected, it's just a difference in wording. So if the majority of the MAG agreed with option 1, and now we can look at what's the content in each one. And well, we're almost at a time. The content in each one and the wording. Now, in previous or last
sorry,
year.
Chair,
Hold on, Juan. Let me finish, please.
But you didn't give me.
No, hold on. Rita's hand is up before yours. Please, Juan.
Okay.
Let's keep some order, okay? In previous on last year, what we did was we decided on the main topics, and then persons assign themselves to each one of the topics, and they fleshed it out, putting more meat to each one. So I think that it worked pretty well last time. So we can leave the finalization. I think there's a finalization. Is it tomorrow, or was that supposed to be today?
There's still some time tomorrow morning to finalize in case it's not been finalized today.
Pat would prefer today,
So
if possible.
yeah, so we will look at, everybody will have a chance to look at option 1, and we can do finalization in terms of how it's worded and the content of each one. So we'll put that aside for tomorrow. The sub themes, fleshing it out and putting the final wording. And as Lito says, the final wording must be ready before February 12th. Lito, it'll be done by tomorrow. Yes, go ahead, Juan. Speak. Go ahead, Juan. Juan, you just have to raise your hand. But other persons had your hand before you, and you spoke.
They took it down. The host took down my hand. Okay. The only difference, I only want to say, Carol, the proposal 3, it's only a rewording of proposal 1. If you notice, the only difference is in the digital divide, that it covers the inclusive universal access and digital right, because divides, that is one of the divides, or there's divide in economic and capacity building and many other divides. So that is the only difference, because the responsible innovation is there, trust is there, and also digital cooperation is there. The only difference is the proposal only wants to widen a little bit the concept of universal access and digital rights, more widely in digital divide. And by the way, digital rights, it should be transverse, cross-cutting through all the subjects, so it will be mentioned in each of the subjects. I think that it doesn't deserve to be in only one subtheme, because the digital rights has to be in all the subthemes. That's the thing, and that's what we wanted to explain. And with that explanation, I don't know if we should vote again.
No one, sorry, we won't vote again, but what you've said, I understand, and it can all be considered. Sorry. When we look at the description and the sub-themes, just like how we had capacity building as cross-cutting, some of the things that you're saying cross-cutting, we can ensure that they're also within the description under each sub-theme. Sorry, Amrita, I cannot take your hand at this time. So let everybody just sleep on it, and we'll take a few minutes in the morning to look at the sub-themes again. So we are now 8 minutes out from the end. And sorry, I've lost my place. Is it myself or Ole at this point? Okay, can I hand over to Ole?
Yes. Okay, but we're continuing to of three, aren't we? We have the overall program structure left.
Ole, I think you're breaking up, so maybe you want to turn off your video.
Oh. Am I breaking up? It's still bad? Okay.
No, you're fine for me, but
That's better. Oh, sorry, it's me. Sorry. Okay, go ahead, Ole.
Okay, then let's move on to the overall program structure and flow. Okay. Here I am. I will need some help on this one, I'm afraid. But that's yeah.
So are we looking at the program types and seeing whether or not we should keep all of them, amend or change? It's the first step, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because we have the traditional lightning talks, networking sessions, dynamic coalition sessions, and the NRI session. I guess, does anybody have any comments on those sessions? Shall we keep them? There we are in the chat. Celine put them. And Teresa has her hand up.
I think this was touched upon yesterday in some of the consultation. Do we have any feedback which ones perhaps did not have attendance or were less attended to? That is, if we were to look at not having one of the categories, any information or statistics from past IGFs where the forum or the usage or the attendance of those either by participants remotely or in person was much less, and a higher concentration in other areas, so that one might want to adjust based on the participation level, whether it was virtual or in person. That might help us. Otherwise, I'm fine to keep it as is. But if that statistic helps inform this, that might be an interesting point. I don't know if we have it. Thank you.
I mean, just speaking from my point of view, I'll let other people also speak from the Secretariat, Celine, etc. I think they're all very well attended. I would say that just going back, workshops are important. I don't think we need to explain those. Open forums are very important, especially for government engagement. Day zero events, of course, are also very important. Lightning talks are good because you can pack in more organizations and events, because they get given 30-minute slots, so more people can, the usage of that room is higher than the, I don't know, 4 or 8 that we can fit in one room during the day. Networking sessions, that's what I had mentioned yesterday, that we can think whether or not we should give them a room. And if we give them a room, that means that another one of these sessions loses out. One of the reasons why networking sessions were there, because in other venues, let's take, for instance, last year in Riyadh, it's very difficult for people to go outside and network, just given the nature of the place that we're at. Oslo, as you know, I've been there. It's a very nice, beautiful city. The sun is going to set at midnight. It's very navigable, so people can go to wherever and meet and network. One of the also reasons why we have sessions in the venue itself is because they will use YouTube, and they'll use also remote participation. Will networking sessions use remote participation? If they're not, then is there really that great a value of having them in the room? Or we can have a few. I mean, with the schedule that the host country nicely laid out for us, there's a few at the end of the day. So that's one thing that we can consider as well. And so sorry for banging on the networking sessions, but that's just what came into my mind. DC sessions, yes. I mean, we have over 22 DC sessions. So if they can use some of those sessions to showcase their work, I think. And then, of course, the national and regional initiatives, we have over 170, and they are a major part of why the IGF is successful, and also the NRIs were singled out in the GDC and other documents that write about the IGF. So those are just my point of view, but of course, others, please.
Carol, if I may quickly come in and add something to what Chingitai said.
Okay, go ahead, Celine.
Thank you very much. And also thank you to Teresa for the question. So basically, when it comes to the attendance of sessions, this is a little bit hard to say. In general, it also depends a lot on the promotion of each session organizer, the promotion that they are doing for their own session. So that also depends on that in general. Yesterday, we've heard also from the host country, especially in the morning, they shared with us a skeleton of the draft schedule, taking into consideration the number of rooms that they have so workshop rooms in addition to the plenary and conference hall, also the starting and end time. And depending on that, they let us know that between day 1 to day 4, if sessions are split between 60 and 90 minutes to 50% in the schedule, they could allocate around 70 sessions. So this is a little bit less than in previous years, but this is also one of the goals, let's say, taking into consideration the feedback of the community to have a more focused agenda. But this will give also some kind of guidance to the MAG regarding workshop proposals, acceptances, etc. Something that we'll also discuss within the IGF Secretariat. And in general, what Chingatai said regarding networking sessions, this is definitely something that we can really do outside of the venue too, such as suggesting the neighboring hotel, something that we can also do outside of the typical workshop hours. And lightning talk in general was something very successful also for research papers, academia, short presentations, just because of their nature of 20 to 30 minutes. Yes, this is what came to my mind, but I hope it helps a little bit with the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, Olga?
Hi, thank you. I think I'm Rita and shared well before, but thank you for giving me the floor. This is Olga Cavalli from Argentina. One comment about the attendance of the sessions. Sometimes it's not about only the promotion, as Celine said, is dependent on the time and the day that it happened to appear in the agenda. So it's taking only the attendance factor could be a little bit biased because sometimes it's late or it's the last day there are less people. So I would suggest to keep them all. Only networking sessions, I like the idea mentioned by Celine, doing them outside the venue. And of course, keep the social events that are very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Amrita, you're on top here. Sorry.
Thank you so much. I do not have any particular suggestion on any of the formats. I think the concern which many of us, even while attending, have seen is the overlap, as in they may fall under an open forum, but they look like a workshop. How do we stop that from happening? As in, that's one question, perhaps difficult to grapple because they seem same. People say they are repetitive, whichever format they come in. That's one. Having a networking session at an external venue is good, but we also have to realize the coming in and going out from the IGF venue. For example, you screen yourself, go out again, you come in and again you go out, and many times you have back-to-back sessions. So would it be feasible for people to run from outside the venue to another venue? The practicality of having a networking session outside the venue should also be considered, because most of the time people are running from one session to the other. Thank you.
Let's see, Cheryl.
Thank you, Ole. And thank you, Celine, for those comments. That was really helpful. I also appreciate the comments that Chengetai made yesterday with respect to how we might be able to structure some of the networking and awards. But I do agree with Amitra's point. Once you're in the conference center, it's much easier just to keep things as easy as possible for attendees. With respect to the different types of sessions, the lightning talks, et cetera, I'm really in favor of keeping them, just keeping in mind there's a wide diversity of different stakeholders who attend IGF. And so with respect to our youth participants, new members, also government, et cetera, there's kind of a place for everyone. And so I've seen that just throughout my years of participating. Some people who may have never spoken before get to speak and share their ideas. And some sessions are, they're structured a little better for that, as opposed to, the main stage, main opening, main closing. And so I would think about that. And I would also just think about, with respect to attendance for the sessions that we deem the most important, to try not to overlap there, to give everyone a chance where they don't have to necessarily pick and choose between two tough spots on some of the larger threads that we might have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Andrea?
Thank you, Ola. Just a practical suggestion. I think it's been raised, but just remember, ultimately, reducing the formats is not necessarily going to reduce the number of sessions. You have complete control over how many sessions you have, and I think the host country has already proposed that. Just to say, in the past, networking sessions and launches worked well if you limit the slots, and the easiest way of limiting the available slots for those are to have them during breaks, during coffee breaks or during lunch breaks. But then just a very practical suggestion here for the host as well. Having organized many book launches, for example, at the IGF, it's very helpful if the conference center catering staff is available or able to provide food at some of these launches, even at additional cost, at the cost of the organizers. And because that often works quite well, to do a book launch during the lunch break and to provide food during the actual launch. This doesn't always work, but if it is possible, that actually combines quite well. And I think it is prestigious for the IGF if publications are, for example, or prizes and awards are launched under the banner of the IGF.
Thank you. I think, Joan, could you maybe say something about the networking, the venue and the arena, and chime in there?
Yes, I hope everyone can hear me. I was just wondering, because I was looking at the chat yesterday when we were going through the program, that there were some discussions, some concerns. So I was just wondering if the MAG will find it useful for me to present to you the layout of the venue and just give some brief information of what we have been thinking about, not the final layout, but just an explanation of where we're thinking of the different sessions and workshop and open space, so that you have a visual aid for how to assess these different type of sessions. Please let me know in the chat if you think that is useful. I see we have Celine saying yes, so I will ask for to be able to share my screen.
I think you should be able to share your screen too. I'm just double checking this now.
So I hope you see my screen, and I hope you see my mouse on the screen, in which I will try to explain to you how we've been thinking. So the entrance usually to the hotel is on the left side. If I were to count the minutes and seconds it takes me from going from the entrance to the entrance of the hotel and the entrance to the end to like the first hall, it will be the same amount of time. The hotel with this facility is just right beside, so it's really easy to move in and out in that big area around the venue. Here you will see there's a lobby and restaurant. It's quite big. This is somewhere people can sit and talk and mingle if you want to. For the foyer, here we are thinking in hall A1. We were thinking on planning for having the IGF village, including the open space. So the open stage, will be in the middle, and then in here we will have different types of IGF village booths. For the hall B, here we are thinking about the two biggest hall for the conference. So you can see that there's hall B1, B2, B3, and B4, but together they can be collapsed into each other, or they can be divided. It can be one big hall, or it can be four separate smaller. Here we are thinking of having the two biggest halls, so the plenary hall and the conference hall, the one for the opening sessions, and also the one functioning as the main hall sessions as well on the side. So for one of them, they will be having space for 1,700 guests, participants, and the other one, as you saw yesterday, it will have space for 450 people. And then we are thinking about how we're gonna do security. We either want to do security in one of the hall B, in the B1, or we're gonna do security in the big hall D. This is something we're discussing at the moment, considering the batch option that we've been presented. And so I hope to come back to you on more information on that. But where is the other 6 workshop rooms? They will be in hall C. Hall C will be divided into 6 halls, away from the noise of the IGF village and the mingling and networking. And you will be able to walk in here, easily walking around, shifting from one workshop to the other. Along this big hall here, there will be food booths, coffee booths all the way. Usually for Hall A, we're planning for staff, crew, you know, like the backstage. So this is more like for the crew people. And then when you exit on the entrance on the east side and the west side, there will be a parking lot in which you will see a beautiful view of like Norwegian mountain and like cute houses in which you can sit outside and mingle. We are also thinking of having chairs outside so that you can enjoy the warm weather under the roof. On the outdoors, on the back side of it, it's not that pretty. So we are just having that for delivery, entry, and any cars is being driven to the VIP entrance, for example. So I hope that gives you a sense of how we are structuring the venue to fit the different purposes. And also we have in Hall A, which is the second floor of Hall 1. Hall A2 is basically on the second floor, and here we are thinking about having the press center that is a bit out of the way because the purpose is a bit different. Here we're thinking having the perhaps some meeting rooms, perhaps some mingling rooms, perhaps a nursery or a prayer room, those kinds of rooms that doesn't need to be in the conference, the main conference area. Well, that's it. I hope that makes sense. Please let me know if you have any more questions in the chat. Let me see. Oh, yes, thank you. This is an excellent question. All the bilateral meeting rooms will be in the hotel. So the hotel have in total 15 meeting rooms, and we're booking all of them for bilateral meeting room. So you will be having to exit the venue to go into the hotel for the bilateral meetings and then re-enter. I'm just looking through the chat if there's any more questions. I see there are some questions regarding the security zone. We haven't finalized that, so I will come back to you on that. I see that there's a concern that the workshop rooms and the booth area are quite far from each other. The idea is like when you exit the Hall C from the workshop rooms, you have to enter all the way on this side. The only room that will be able to enter for Hall B from the main hall here is B4. But B4 we will close by, so every time you go into the plenary room and the conference room, you will have to pass by the IGF village. My chat is acting up, so please let me know if there is any more questions. The Hall C and D are segmented, so they are separated from each other. Thank you.
Okay. So there's some more questions in the chat here.
I see.
Yeah.
The village will be in the Hall A1. That's the plan for now. There will be enough bathroom. We will recheck and count for you if you wish to have that number. The ceiling will not be covered, but they will be separated in a sense in which it will feel like separate rooms. Okay. There are in total 8 workshop rooms, including the 2 big ones. And the hotel nearby is called Hotel Thun Arena. We have booked the whole hotel, so it won't be possible for a booking from anyone else.
But there are other hotels within very short walking distance to the venue. So it's not going to be like Kyoto where there was only one hotel near the venue.
And I see, like, I understand there's a concern that there's the problem with no ceiling, but when I'm trying to explain that when we're dividing Hall C into 6 workshop rooms, we have a wall all the way from the top of the ceiling to the ground. So there will be full separation, or we will find another solution in which there will not be noises from the different workshop rooms interfering with each other. Yes. I think that is all the questions. I'm so sorry, my chat is acting up. Let me know if you want to look at the program skeleton again, and we can walk through that.
Thank you, John. But then there are no suggestion for change here. Chegitai, I'm not sure where. Do we need
Sorry, finding that. I mean, from what I hear is that there's no need to modify anything. That we're going to have all those sessions, all those types of sessions. So we're not adding anything and we're not subtracting anything. That's what I hear. If somebody's got a different reading from that, please let us know now. So yeah, so everything. Oh, Celine has got something. You're not a MAG member though.
Thank you, Chengetai. No, indeed. No, I was just wondering regarding the networking session. So we would keep them, but we will encourage organizers to hold them outside of workshop hours. Apologies, I really just need some clarity here.
No, what I heard was that some people were a bit concerned that if we have them outside, people will have to go outside and then come back in. And so we should keep them. I think 2 people said that. I was envisioning that if you're having networking sessions, it would be after 6 o'clock, but it's no problem. And what I'm also supposing is that the schedule that the host country showed yesterday with those networking sessions in the afternoon on that section is fine. But I guess we will find out is it April, when it really comes to choosing the exact workshops. I project that those may be sacrificed for other sessions, but we'll see. But also, I mean, Tuan showed us that there's loads of places. She was showing us that right outside there's that place with a great view. You can have a networking session there as well. I mean, so I don't think it's that great of a problem finding a place for a networking session as such. So I would propose that we keep everything as it is. We're not adding anything and we're not taking away any session types as such.
Carol, you have raised your hand.
Yes, I think with the networking sessions, I think what you have done, which is a great idea, is the extended or revolving lunchtime. So persons have opportunities to do networking within that big chunk. You won't have to miss lunch because you have options, and you can still have a networking session, and there are different areas in which you can have them. So I don't think it'll be an issue.
Oh, I think it's plenty of room for networking. I think you can do that both inside during lunch and at the end of it. Lito?
Thank you. In the list of the types of sessions, I didn't see main session as such. So I wanted to ask about that, because last year the main sessions were coordinated and organized by MAG members alongside other other persons, but I wanted to ask about that. And we did one main session per sub-theme, per subtopic. My question is, are we going to follow that path? Thank you.
Tuan, in your schedule, do you have space for main sessions?
I'm so sorry. Could you please repeat the question?
Lito was wondering about main sessions. So I don't actually recall if in your draft schedule you had blocks for the main sessions. But Carol, please. Carol.
Carol, please.
Yeah, we have a question in the chat with regards to, I suppose, accessibility. Will there be shuttles from the Narrow hotels to the event? So accessibility is more convenient?
When we went for our, I don't know if Tuan wants to answer this, but I can answer it as well. Oslo is a very well organized city, and they take care of people with disabilities. Everything there, the train, the bus, everything is accessible. And in fact, using a car is less accessible than using the public transport, but it's built with people with disabilities in mind as well. But Tuan, sorry, if you want to add to that.
Yes, so let me just answer your first question about the main sessions. Yes, so the conference hall with the, enough capacity for 450 people, one of the bigger halls are available for main sessions throughout the week. So in total, there will be 4 sessions for day 1, 2, 3. So 4 sessions per day for day 1, 2, 3, and 4. Of course, this the conference hall for day 0 is used with maybe for some host country sessions or maybe for some of the other tracks. But yes, there is space for that. When it comes to accessibility, especially between the hotel venue where you have the bilateral meeting rooms and the venue itself is totally accessible. There's ramps everywhere. You can just be on one floor and you will have access to everything. In the hotel, you have a second floor, but then you have lift getting easily to all the meeting rooms and so on, as well as at the venue. So we're gonna do another round to make sure that it's accessible for all types of disability. And we hope to present to you more information about especially the feeling of attending the conference on our website for those with disability.
And also just to add on that, in our registration process, we do ask if people need any special assistance. So if you do indicate during registration that you do need special assistance and what type it is, then we'll figure out something. So if you inform us in advance, we will help as much as possible.
Lito, is that you hand or?
Yes, because I wanted to rephrase or repeat my question regarding main sessions. Okay, Tuan, thank you. We've learned that there is a space for main sessions, but my question was that main sessions as such are not included in the list we just saw in the chat some minutes ago. We have open sessions, we have workshop, we have other, but not main sessions.
Oh, no, I don't think that was on purpose. I think that was just, Louis, we just grabbed what was there and put it in. Yeah,
okay,
that wasn't
thank you.
any design behind that.
Okay, okay, good. But my question remains. The main sessions last year were organized and coordinated by MAG members, and they responded, or they were classified one per each sub-theme. So since we have, I think, decided the ICT Mass comment. Yes, but this is maybe a new question since we are discussing the types of sessions, and I'm saying that last year the main sessions were, if we decide that there are 4 sub-themes, there will be 4 main sessions, following last year's trend.
Yes, I understand what you mean.
Okay.
I am going to dodge your question slightly, saying that right at the moment we're discussing types of sessions. The exact number of sessions, of course, we have to look at once we get a better understanding of how many themes we're going to have, etc., and how many high-level themes, and see how we can fit everything in. This year as well, we have less room, so of course it's going to affect everything. But as Chuan says, we're not saying that there's not going to be main sessions, but the number of main sessions, yes, that has not been determined yet.
Okay, thank you.
Gunilla.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to check in about lightning talks and proposals for them, and how they are evaluated based on a concern at last year's IGF. So I just needed clarification, and then I can follow up on that.
Eleonora, are you on? I guess Eleanor is not. Celine, can you answer that one?
Sorry, I was
Yes.
but I think the question is still for Celine, however.
Talks are selected. Okay, Celine then.
Yes, thank you very much. I wasn't sure. I hear echo. Apologies. Yes, so lightning talks. Last year, for example, we had a whole room dedicated for lightning talks, so it was easier, let's say, to select lightning talks. What we're also making sure is that those aren't repetitive topics compared to those already selected in the overall schedule, and also that the submitters aren't submitting more than one, or aren't the ones who got other submissions accepted. So it is a mix between topics, suggested speakers, and also, of course, diversity, and also whether they have already other sessions in the program. I hope this answers your question.
Yes, thank you, Celine, for that. I just wanted to mention last year there was a session about a particular product that was in relation to web accessibility that isn't appropriate in terms of it doesn't really work for web accessibility, and there's been a lot of pushback about that. So and that's an example. So I'm wondering if there are particular proposals for lightning talks, if subject matter experts among the MAG, for example, could be referred to from the Secretariat in regard to selecting them. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I see your point. We haven't thought through it yet, because this is the first time I've heard it. Immediately, I've got 2 thoughts about the matter. That yes, it's important that when we do have lightning talks, they're not doing anything that is harmful or untrue, whatever the case might be. And then my second thought of it as well is that at the talk, if they pass through all the other checks and balances, and if it's something that is a little bit controversial, whatever it may be, there is an opportunity for the audience to ask those questions that will either expose it and also give the opportunity for that person to answer those questions or go back to the drawing board and make it whatever that thing is better or conform to those standards. So those are just my two thoughts, but we will think through it. But thank you very much for your point. It's a very good point, and that we should actually see how we can review that process. Thanks. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we need any decisions on this, Shankar? And can we say that we have the MAG?
I think we have consensus that
yeah,
everything remains, all the types of sessions remains. Yeah.
And that means we can conclude the day. And I take that as a yes.
Yes, we can.
Yes. Do you want to sum up, Carol?
Sure. Okay. So if we look at the expected outputs of today, the first one was select the MAG working groups and intersessional work streams. I think we came up with a very good solution for that, and that was agreed upon. We had great discussions on it. The overarching theme is still to be done. So what we're going to do, I think similar to last year, we're going to circulate the link to a docs.
I'm sorry, is the overarching
document.
theme still to be done, or is it just the sub-themes?
Sorry, not overarching, sorry, sub-themes, thank you. So we will circulate a Google Doc for the sub-themes to finalize, to start working on the subscription descriptions and the final heading. What we would like to do is to ask persons to be a MAG member, to be the pen for a section, and then persons can put their input. Is this agreeable? So that means you have homework today. Some people might be going straight to sleep, but some people may still be up. Any comments? We are over time, so. Okay, so we'll put the document out, and Celine will do that, send out the Google Doc. The last thing output for today was to endorse designer programs, the program which we did yesterday. So tomorrow, in our final day, we will make a final decision on the sub-theme. And look at the outputs, which will be the final theme, the program, endorse the sessions, agree on the strategic vision of the IGF. So those are the things that you wanted to think about. Put a lot of thought into the sub-themes as well. And we'd ask a MAG member to please volunteer themselves for a pen for each one of the sub-themes. Okay, so thank you very much, everybody. Great work again. And see you in the morning or in the night.
Everybody.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, all. Bye.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.